Chapter 59. Although the treasure map looked very old, the depiction of the sky-shaking mountain range was very clear. Hundreds of mountains of various sizes were drawn in detail, and the red cross that Carlo mentioned was at the foot of a high mountain in the middle. Carlo pointed at the map and said, "We are now at this position. Although we did not encounter any obstacles today, you all can feel that this operation will not be too smooth." Gatlin nodded and said, "It's too quiet, so quiet that it's scary. Even if it's winter, there shouldn't be no animals in this mountain. However, since we entered the mountain, we haven't encountered anything. It's as if something invisible is controlling this mountain range." Carlo nodded and said, "What worries me the most is the backlash that lithium technetium sorcerer encountered today." Huarue said, "Yes, it's not a volcano, but I had to say that at that time." Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat, and her view of Huarue changed greatly. This astonishingly beautiful deputy leader was not as simple as she seemed on the surface. So she also knew that it was not a volcano. Then she must have said that to stabilize people's hearts. Carlo's gaze turned to Nian Bing. "Nian Bing, what do you think?" Nian Bing thought for a moment and said, "I only have one idea, and that is to leave this place and give up on this mission." Gatlin snorted and said, "Are you afraid?" Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, "Afraid? If being afraid can save my life, what's the harm in being afraid? I will not allow myself to fall into an irreparable danger because of recklessness. If I have a choice, I think it's better to give up this mission, because that unknown danger is probably not something we can contend against." Gatlin said angrily, "Brat, do you know how much we have paid for this operation? Just the high commission paid to you by the Union alone is more than 10,000 gold coins. In addition to other expenses, it is already equivalent to 3 months of the Union's income. How can we be willing to give up just like that?" Nian Bing's gaze did not give in at all as she looked at Gatlin and said, "I only know one principle, and that is where there is life, there is hope. Of course, I also understand what you are thinking now, and you haven't really hit the wall. I'm afraid you won't give up. Since I promised President Carlo to participate in this operation, I will definitely follow you to the end. However, there is one thing I have to declare first. Once I encounter a powerful enemy that I cannot resist, I will immediately retreat without hesitation. At that time, don't blame me. You." Gatlin stood up abruptly. His entire body was filled with an imposing aura. Battle chi was released. Light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be contemplating whether he should get rid of Nian Bing first. Huarue chuckled. Nian Bing moved closer to Huarue and said, "Little brother, it seems that you have found something. Why are you so sure that we are not up to the task this time?" Nian Bing snorted coldly and said, "I didn't find any enemies. However, don't you feel that after entering the heaven-shaking mountain range, the closer we are to the heart of the mountain range, the hotter the surrounding temperature becomes? Although the change is not obvious for a cold winter, this time seems to be too warm." Her words woke him up. Gatlin sat down with a solemn expression and looked at Carlo. They really did not notice this problem. At this time, when Nian Bing mentioned it, they realized that this was the case. Carlo took a deep breath and said, "Nian Bing, what you said makes sense. However, before carrying out this mission, we have already received a portion of the commission from the employer. If we were to return it like this, according to the rules, we would have to pay back 3 times the amount. Although the Union can afford to compensate for this, the loss would be too great, especially in terms of reputation. Therefore, we have to try. You can rest assured that if we really encounter danger, we will definitely prioritize protecting you. If you agree, you can let your friends leave first. We will not stop you. How about it?" Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, "Since the president has already decided, I have nothing to say. Be careful. As for my friends, you don't have to worry about them. Unless they are completely wiped out, they will be fine." Ah! An ear-piercing scream came from outside. The expressions of the 4 people in the tent changed at the same time. With a flash of light, Carlo and the 2 vice captains had already rushed out, and Nian Bing had already pinched 2 magic spindles in her hands. "What's going on?" Carlo's low voice sounded, and the camp lit up with torches. All the mercenaries became nervous, and one after another they pulled out their long swords and vigilantly observed the pitch-black surroundings. Long Ling and Feng Nu had already drilled out of the tent. Long Ling's gaze searched the crowd. When she saw Nian Bing, she clearly sighed in relief and recovered her desolate appearance. Nian Bing's eyes darted around as he muttered a few incantations under his breath. Then he threw an explosive flame into the air. Sparks shot out in all directions and instantly lit up the surroundings. Due to the sudden appearance of the light, a black shadow flashed through the forest like a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance. Hua Pistol roared, and her huge body broke a small tree. Her 2 wheel-like axes were like hands, and her body was as light as a swallow as she chased after that black shadow. Gatling had obviously worked together with Hua Pistol for many years, showing an astonishing tacit understanding. It rushed in the direction where the black shadow had appeared, because that was where the first scream had come from. Nian Bing did not care about this. After releasing bursting flames, she immediately walked to Feng Nu's side and whispered a few words in Feng Nu's ear. Feng Nu's brows slightly wrinkled, but she still slowly nodded. All of this was seen by Long Ling. Her desolate eyes were filled with a mournful look of cutting out the complicated details. After a while, Hua Pistol and Gatling both came back. Hua Pistol's huge axe had a trace of blood, and Gatling carried a person back. It was a mercenary. There was no breath of life on his body, and his neck was strangely bent. Obviously, the broken neck was the cause of his death. The atmosphere of the entire mercenary group became different. Gatling said in a cold and tired voice, "There are no traces of resistance." He should have been attacked by a sneak attack. He was very ruthless and directly broke his neck. Who can tell me how he went to the woods alone? A mercenary whispered. He went to the toilet. As soon as we entered the woods, we heard the scream. Carlo's expression was still very calm. He turned to Hua Pistol and said, "What did you find over there?" Hua Pistol said, "It's human. This can be judged from the body shape. He didn't meet me head-on. His speed was extremely amazing. I chased after him with all my strength and used the sweeping shadow skill to barely catch up with him. Maybe he didn't expect my speed to suddenly increase. He was careless and was hit by my axe on the back. But that person seemed to be wearing something like armor. His back was very hard like iron armor, but it was even harder than iron armor. Although I had hurriedly thrown my axe, I had only used 60% of my strength, but I could only scratch his body. After using Plunder Shadow, my speed was temporarily reduced, so I couldn't catch up. However, I found that the person seemed to have a pair of red eyes. It looked a little strange, thanks to Nian Bing's fireball. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to catch its figure in the dark." Nian Bing said, "That person must have been frightened by my fireball, which is why he chose to flee immediately. From now on, no matter what you do, at least 3 people should be together. This way, at least we can defend against the other party's attack and give our people a chance to rescue. Be careful." Feng Nu's voice suddenly sounded. Nian Bing immediately crushed a scroll in his hand without any hesitation. A rank 4 ice wall directly appeared around his body. A strong force came, and Nian Bing's body subconsciously rushed forward. The sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god jumped into his hands at the same time. He didn't look back, relying on his mind to lock the position of the other party. The fireball and the ice ball were released at the same time, attacking the other party. With a loud boom, the instantaneous ice and fire origin spell had once easily shattered the body of a high-level warrior. This time, it was able to unleash a considerable amount of power. A cry of surprise rang out from midair. Hua, Rue, and Gatling had already charged forward at the same time. 2 axes and a cold blade were aimed at the figure that had launched a sneak attack on Nianbing. A fiery red light lit up in an instant, and a scorching airflow filled the air. In the loud bang, Hua pistol and Gatling's rising momentum was stopped, and the attacking shadow bounced up high. A hoarse voice echoed in the air. "This is only a warning to you. Leave here immediately. Otherwise, you will be buried in the sky and become fertilizer here." The voice disappeared with the figure. When Gatling and Hua pistol landed, they had already lost track of the shadow. Carlo stood beside Nianbing with a long sword in his hand and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Nianbing looked at the pile of ice powder behind him with lingering fear. He really doubted that if it weren't for Feng Nu's sudden warning, those magic scrolls on his body would have been able to save his life. The rank 4 ice wall had the strongest defense among all the rank 4 spells, but it only slightly blocked the other party. From Carlo's actions, it wasn't that spell that had saved him, but him. Shaking his head, he said, "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me." Carlo smiled bitterly. "It seems that what you said makes a lot of sense. Just now, when I fought with that person, it was obvious that his strength was definitely not below mine. Currently, it seems that we have at least 2 pugilist-level enemies." Nianbing sighed. "But I understand that this can't shake your determination, right?" Carlo nodded firmly and said, "Knowing the difficulties and advancing has always been my principle as a person." Laughter suddenly sounded. Nianbing turned to look, only to see Zi Qingmeng laughing. "You two should change your ages. The younger one is cautious like an old man, and the older one is stubborn like a young man." Carlo sighed, continued guarding. "Everyone else go back to sleep. Nianbing's words are my orders. Any operation must be carried out with at least 3 people." Everything returned to normal. This time, Nianbing returned to her tent, recalling the huge impact from before. She couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. Who was the enemy? If what Phoenix Girl said was true, then what kind of race could survive in the mountains from the bottom up? But from the fact that they knew the human language and had the appearance of a human, they should be humans. Where did the other races come from? Nianbing took a deep breath. The sneak attack from the enemy in the dark made him feel a strong sense of danger. As a member of a mercenary group, he was the easiest to be attacked by the enemy. He had to increase his vigilance and defense. Otherwise, if she died inexplicably in this mountain range, it wouldn't be worth it. The cooperative sneak attack made the entire mercenary group nervous. However, no changes occurred in the latter half of the night. When the sun shone on the earth, bringing light to the sky-shaking mountain range, a new day had begun. That dead mercenary was turned into ashes by Nianbing's fire magic. His fellow mercenaries brought his ashes back to the Ice Moon Empire to be buried. Looking at the undulating mountain peaks, Carlo raised his hand and firmly shouted, "Advance!" The blow from last night seemed to have completely disappeared. He was still full of confidence. However, Nianbing observed that Carlo's hand was still on the hilt of the sword at his waist. The atmosphere on the second day was even more tense than the first. The mercenaries were constantly paying attention to their surroundings, afraid that someone would suddenly jump out and break their necks. It was no wonder that they were so nervous. The tragic death of their comrade had cast a shadow over the entire mercenary group. Fortunately, Carlo and the 2 deputy leaders were extremely calm. Their subordinates had been trained for a long time and had seen a lot of big scenes. Other than being more cautious, they did not make any abnormal movements. What was strange was that the enemy who came to warn them yesterday didn't appear again on the second day after the mercenary group entered the mountain range. Nianbing didn't even feel that they were being watched. The day passed peacefully as they hurried along. Even so, after stopping them from setting up camp, Carlo personally patrolled every tent and specifically told the patrolling mercenaries what to pay attention to. The defense for the whole night was led by the 2 vice leaders for the first and second half of the night. Patting his stomach, the The food he made was still the best. Nian Bing laid down in the tent contentedly. The soft cushion from the spatial ring was definitely the most enjoyable at this time. For the past 2 days, he was in charge of all the meals. Every time it was time for the mercenaries to eat, they could completely relax. Because of this, the mercenaries' impression of Nian Bing continued to increase. When they were hurrying along, they deliberately moved closer to him to prevent another sneak attack. After 2 days, Li Hua's magic power had already recovered by 70 to 80%. He was no longer so weak, but he didn't dare to use magic to probe the inside of the sky-shaking mountain range again. Nian Bing, I'm coming in. Feng Nu's voice came from outside the tent. The tent used by the mercenary group wasn't big and could only accommodate one person lying down. Hearing Feng Nu's voice, Nian Bing hurriedly sat up. Please come in. The tent's curtains were lifted. Feng Nu stepped into the tent and sat down. Her pink hair draped over her shoulders, setting off her beautiful appearance. She looked very moving. Thinking of how he had once hugged this perfect, bewitching body, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel hot. Feng Nu, are you looking for me? Feng Nu's expression was somewhat worried. Nian Bing, the situation is very bad. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, Now you should tell me what that race is. Feng Nu sighed and said, I'm sorry, I can't go against the agreement of the ancestors. Since we've already come here, I'm afraid we can only move forward. Last night, others might not be clear, but I clearly saw the appearance of the person who sneak attacked you. Just as I've guessed, it's indeed a person from that race. Do you know why they didn't appear again today? It's not that they want to let us go, but they already have the intention to kill us. When we really enter the inside of the mountain range, that's the moment they make their move. Nian Bing frowned and said, In that case, now is the calm before the storm. I'm afraid tomorrow's journey won't be easy. Feng Nu nodded and said, That's right. Nian Bing said, It's a pity that I can't persuade President Carlo now. Without a result, they will definitely not give up. Let's take one step at a time. Don't trouble yourself with what I told you last night. Feng Nu nodded and said, I can only do my best. After all, the plan can't keep up with the changes. Nian Bing suddenly chuckled and said, Your body smells so good. You haven't bathed for at least 2 days. How can you still smell so good? Feng Nu was stunned for a moment. Then her charming face turned red and said, What time is it? You're still in the mood to joke. Nian Bing smiled and said, The more nervous we are, the more relaxed we have to be. That way we can face it better, isn't it? You haven't answered my question yet. Feng Nu snorted and said, My race and I have the ability to keep ourselves clean, even if we don't bathe for a few months. Our clothes will be dirty, but our bodies will never be. All right, I didn't come to you to ask you to give up. I just want to remind you to be careful. If you can't do anything, then run quickly. After saying that, she stood up, rolled her eyes at Nian Bing, and left the tent. She was gone, but her fragrance still lingered. Nian Bing took a deep breath and realized he was becoming more and more infatuated with Feng Nu. He took out the little flute that Feng Nu had given him but never used. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Although the two of them had always maintained a friendship, he could feel Feng Nu's concern for him. At this moment, the tent's curtains suddenly lifted and a graceful figure walked in. Nian Bing thought that it was Fu Guei who had returned after leaving the Phoenix Maiden. But when he looked up, he realized that it was Zi Qingmeng with an icy expression. Miss Zi, why are you looking for me? Nian Bing asked in surprise. Zi Qingmeng glanced at the body in Nian Bing's hand. She sat down in front of Nian Bing without hesitation and said, I came to find you for 2 things. The first is for my brother. The second is for arriving at the treasure location tomorrow. Nian Bing looked at her with interest and said, What are the details? Zi Qingmeng said, I can see that your relationship with Feng Nu is not ordinary. This is your private matter and I have no right to interfere. However, you should have noticed that since Feng Nu appeared, my brother couldn't help but fall in love with her. If Feng Nu is your girlfriend, I hope you can tell my brother officially so that he won't be lost in his own reverie. I don't want him to be hurt by a one-sided love. Nian Bing smiled and said, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. It's not that I don't want to help, but because I don't have the authority to help you. Feng Nu and I are just friends. How can you speak as a boyfriend? Zi Qingmeng snorted and said angrily, You're just friends? Who are you kidding? Do you think I didn't see how tightly you hugged her that day? If you are just friends, how can she let you take advantage of her? If you are just friends, how can she let you sleep on her shoulder? Nian Bing's heart trembled. Zi Qingmeng was telling the truth. Thinking of the scene that day, frankly speaking, he was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Feng Nu to be so tolerant of him. Could it be that Feng Nu really had that kind of feeling for him? Miss Z, let's put this matter aside for the time being. We will arrive at the treasure location tomorrow and unknown dangers await us. How about this? If everyone comes back safely, I will discuss with Feng Nu. As long as she agrees to continue acting with me, I will cooperate. What do you think? Zi Qingmeng pondered for a moment and asked in a strange voice, You and Feng Nu are really not boyfriend and girlfriend? What about that female magician? Isn't Dao? Nian Bing said impatiently, You seem to want every Qi to be my girlfriend? Then why don't you be my girlfriend too? To tell you the truth, I am currently single and will be single for a long time in the future. I only have friends and no girlfriends. I hope you won't be entangled with this issue in the future. Now, you can talk about the second matter. Zi Qingming's face inexplicably reddened as she bowed her head and said, I'm sorry, I was too nosy. Nian Bing was stunned. This was the first time he saw Zi Qingming show such an expression. Since the girl had apologized, his tone immediately softened. It's okay, I was just agitated because everyone misunderstood my personal situation. Zi Qingming looked up at Nian Bing and said, What happened last night gave me a bad premonition. Feng Nu is so strong and loyal, but my brother and I are not so sure. You also know that I am only a sword master. If I encounter such a sneak attack, I'm afraid. So, if we encounter an enemy, can you use magic to protect me and my brother? Looking at Nian Bing's surprised eyes, she hurriedly explained, We are not afraid of death. My brother did not know that I came to find you, but my brother and I are both the heirs of Lan Meng Academy. Father only has us as his children, so no matter when, we have to put our own lives first. That's why I came to find you. Will you help us? Nian Bing said seriously, Miss C, although we haven't known each other for a long time, we are at least friends. You don't have to worry about this. I don't mind protecting my friends under the premise of my own case. Zi Qingming smiled. Nian Bing noticed. When she smiled, she looked much better than when she was cold. Thank you, Nian Bing. Zi Qingming stood up and was about to walk out of the tent. Miss Z, don't you think my answer is too bad? Nian Bing asked curiously. Zi Qingming shook her head with her back facing him and said, No, of course not. At least this proves that you are not a hypocrite. If you are in danger, how can you protect us? Thank you for your promise. She lifted the tent and left. So she is so rational. It seems that no one can be underestimated. I hope I can take them out of here alive. Nian Bing muttered to himself. Nian Bing, can I come in? A very soft voice came from outside. Nian Bing groaned in his heart. How come one left and another came, and they all looked so sad? Who knew what the mercenaries would think if they saw this? However, the last one to come was the one he couldn't refuse. To be more precise, he was even looking forward to her arrival. Ling, coming quickly. It's cold outside. The tent curtain was lifted and Long Ling, who had not spoken to Nian Bing except when they met, came in. She was not wearing her thick fur coat. The ice magic robe on her body looked very thin, and coupled with her pale face, looking at her, one would feel pity for her. Long Ling sat down opposite Nian Bing, a faint smile on her face. Nian Bing, we haven't seen each other for several months. How are you? Her expression looked very relaxed, but the sadness in her eyes did not change. I'm very good. How about you? After asking this question, Nian Bing almost slapped himself. How could he say the word good with Long Ling's appearance? Unexpectedly, Long Ling nodded affirmatively and said, I'm very good. Did you know? Ever since you left, I used the method you taught me to train my spiritual power and very quickly entered the realm of great mage. If I had more time to train, I think I would have become a great mage even earlier than you. Nian Bing lowered her head and said, Then I'll congratulate you first. Long Ling smiled indifferently and said, There's nothing to congratulate. In terms of talent, you are much better than me. Oh, right, I haven't congratulated you. When are you and that Feng Nu girl going to get married? If I'm still here, remember to send me a wedding invitation. Nian Bing thought in her heart and said, You're still here? What do you mean? Feng Nu and I are just ordinary friends, just like you and me. Don't misunderstand. Ordinary friends. The sadness on her face became more intense. Then I misunderstood. However, Feng Nu girl is really very beautiful. Why don't you chase such a beautiful girl? Nian Bing sighed softly and said, Remember, I once told you that I don't have the right to love. That's not an excuse, but my true feelings. Long Ling smiled and said, This has nothing to do with me. Oh, right, my father told me to tell you. Don't forget to represent the union in the competition. In half a year, the time will be up. Nian Bing nodded and said, Since I promised, I will definitely go. Long Ling's eyes became a bit more radiant. Then, when you carry out this mission, you must survive. No matter what, you must always put your life first. This is for you, quickly wear it. While speaking, she took out a piece of clothing from her magic robe. A faint golden red light flickered. It seemed to be a vest. It looked very light and thin like a veil. Nian Bing subconsciously asked, What is this? The dragon spirit smiled and said, You also know that our bodies are the most fragile. Father asked me to bring this vest to you. When you wear it, even if your opponent is a martial arts expert in the martial sage realm, it can block most of the attack for you. It is the best defensive animal for a magician. I don't know how the material is made. My father tried it before. Even if it was a 10th level magic, it couldn't be destroyed. It has a special effect on the defense of Doqi. I came to find you to complete the mission my father gave me. Here, I have to go. Tomorrow you may encounter danger. Be careful. With that, the dragon spirit stuffed the golden red singlet into Nian Bing's hands and smiled at him before turning to leave. The golden red vest was like nothing in her hands. She gently unfolded it, and a faint fragrance assailed her nose. Nian Bing didn't think too much about it. She focused all her attention on the vest. She casually threw a flame spell. Under the light of the flame, the vest shone with a faint luster. Nian Bing had never seen this kind of material before. With a gentle pull, the elastic vest was immediately stretched a little. When she let go, it returned to normal. No wonder Long Ling said that the vest was given to her by the president. It was naturally a good thing to have one more life-saving item. Nian Bing hurriedly took off her clothes and put on the vest. Sure enough, the vest's elasticity was excellent. When worn against the skin, it was as comfortable as skin. The breath ability made the body feel no discomfort. Nian Bing subconsciously used a flame spell to test her body. There wasn't any burning sensation. There wasn't even a mark on the vest. It was indeed a very good treasure. The fragrance that had appeared before became stronger after the vest was worn. Caressing the soft vest, Nian Bing's body suddenly shook. Her brain felt like it had been electrocuted, and her whole body became sluggish. Pulling up a corner of the vest, she carefully sniffed it. His body trembled slightly. What master gave me this vest? What fear of me being in danger? Long Ji couldn't have guessed that Ling would encounter me. What's more, people were different. Ling was also a magician. With such a good protective magic weapon, as a father he naturally should give it to his daughter. This fragrance was so familiar. It was clearly Ling Er's body fragrance. Obviously, this vest was originally worn by her. Long Ji had given her a protective treasure, but she had given it to him instead. She had given it to him right before he was about to face a crisis tomorrow. If he still couldn't understand this silent affection, then he would be the biggest fool in the world. Ling, you're really stupid. Why are you so good to me? I'm not worth it. Ling, I'm sorry. I've let you down too much. Chapter 60. 2 drops of sparkling and translucent tears fell from the corners of Nian Bing's eyes. He knew that no matter what, he could not maintain his current attitude towards Long Ling, or gave this vest to him. In addition to what she said before, it was clear that she gave up her own safety to care about him. Moreover, she did not tell him the truth and made up a story to deceive him. Nian Bing's heart trembled. This was the first time he trembled for a woman. His hands tightly gripped the edges of the vest, trying hard to control his emotions. Long Ling's gentleness constantly appeared in his mind, constantly churning in his heart. That gentle and beautiful face, that gentle voice, all of them deeply shook his heart. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing forced himself to calm down. Ling, how can I let you give up your own safety for me? If that's the case, I don't deserve to be called a man. His mind turned. Looking at the vest that did not feel the slightest bit on his body, he already had a plan. Picking up the phoenix flute on the side, he softly blew it. On the morning of the second day, Li Hua finally recovered all of his Li. The reorganized mercenary group once again set out. The mercenaries did not relax in the slightest because of yesterday's calm. They were constantly on guard against anything that could happen in their surroundings. Nian Bing sat on the bone pole, looking at Long Ling from time to time. Long Ling's expression was still the same as yesterday, calm with a touch of sadness. Occasionally, she would raise her head to look into the distance. Her eyes were so empty. Nian Bing's heart ached. He knew that he would never be able to forget Long Ling's eyes right now. Carlo held the sword hilt in his hand, looking at the map as he walked. He loudly said, "Everyone, keep your spirits up. We are already getting closer and closer to our goal. After crossing 2 more towering mountains and precipitous ridges, we will be able to find what we are looking for. In order to go back and reunite with your family, in order to live a better life, all of you have to keep your spirits up. We all have to go back alive." His voice had just faded when not far away, a low roar made the entire mercenary group tense up. The ground shook, and a huge figure rushed out from behind a hill not far away. In the roar, its movie ticket was precisely the Frozen Moon mercenary group's location. Nian Bing shockingly discovered that the monster that rushed out was about 8 meters tall. Its upper body was upright, and its whole body was covered in an iron-gray cuticle. It looked extremely solid, and its body was more like a big lizard. But it was clearly much bigger than a lizard. On its back, there were 2 rows of black fin-like things. Its 2 powerful and thick hind legs supported its huge body, and its long tail was behind it. When it roared, it revealed its huge fangs, and saliva flowed from its mouth. From head to tail, it was almost 2 zhang long. Its forelimbs were obviously smaller than its hind limbs, but its claws were bigger, and it charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Although he was secretly complaining in his heart. However, Nian Bing did not forget to remind his teammates, "Everyone be careful. This is an iron-back earth dragon. Its defense is very strong." He shouted and immediately began to condense his magic power. He had seen the strength of an iron-back earth dragon before, so he didn't dare to relax. Ling Nian Bing was somewhat gratified that this was only an iron-back earth dragon. Its body was clearly a lot smaller than the one she saw last time, and its charging power was also a bit weaker. She waved her hands, and a fireball and an ice ball came out together, taking the lead to attack the iron-back earth dragon. This iron-back earth dragon clearly didn't have any intelligence. Its charging speed didn't decrease in the slightest, allowing the fireball and ice ball to converge in front of it, bursting out with the strongest attack power. With a loud bang, the iron-back earth dragon's charging speed slowed down. Just as Nianbing had judged, the rank 1 fusion magic of ice and fire had no effect on this big guy. Even the unique aura of ice and fire couldn't affect it in the case of insufficient attack power. Just as he was about to attack again, a huge figure rushed out from the mercenary group. "Damn, a little reptile dares to block our way. I'll chop you to death." With an angry roar, Hua Pistol's round body soared into the sky, crashing into the iron-back earth dragon from below. Nianbing was afraid of accidentally injuring her, so she hurriedly withdrew her magic. A strange scene appeared. When the iron-back earth dragon used its 2 claws to slap Hua Pistol's pair of wheel-shaped axes, with a loud bang, its forward momentum was completely disintegrated. A crack appeared on each of its 2 front claws, but Hua Pistol didn't have the slightest intention of letting it go. A strong white dou qi seeped out of her body, rendering her pair of huge axes to chop towards the ironback earth dragon without any fancy moves. Earth dragon meeting a female Tyrannosaurus, it can only count itself as its bad luck. A mercenary gloated. No mercenary went up to help. They seemed to have long been accustomed to Hua Pistol's fighting style. Her dou qi reaching the level of a pugilist in addition to her innate strength brought a fatal blow to the iron-back earth dragon. A series of loud sounds accompanied by ear-piercing sound of silk being torn was heard. Nianbing was alarmed to find that the iron-back earth dragon's huge head was separated from its body. A large amount of blood continuously flowed out, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Heavens! Is this still the same earth dragon that almost killed me? Although it's not at the same level, but it shouldn't be so easy to chop it to death. Nianbing couldn't help but look at the stamen with a different gaze. Hua Pistol had been bored out of her mind for the past 2 days. The enemy was like a mouse playing with a cat in the dark. Now that there was a sudden attack from the front, how could she bear it? Under the effect of her powerful strength and dou qi, she actually split the earth dragon alive. Chopping the earth dragon to death was still not enough to vent her anger. The battle axe chopped the earth dragon's huge body one after another, bringing out a spray of blood. Long Ling had already lowered her head, somewhat unable to bear to watch. Feng Nu and Zi Qingming didn't feel anything, but they were also surprised by Hua Pistol's strength. Rue, that's enough. Save some strength. We still don't know what's ahead. Carlo stopped Hua Pistol's action of torturing the corpse. Hua Pistol raised her 2 axes, as if asking the heroes of the world, if not me. First she roared like a monster. Then she said in a rough voice, "Damn, let's see who dares to offend our frozen moon mercenary group. Not to mention 1 earth dragon. Even if there are 10 or 100 of them, I will still chop them to death." Gatling's angry voice sounded. "Shut your crow's mouth." Hua Pistol turned around and angrily said, "What, you don't accept? If you have the ability, then let's fight." Gatling snorted and said, "Idiot, look behind the hillside." Everyone discovered that there were more than 20 earth dragons, step by step coming out from behind the hillside, and the low roar gradually became clear. The earth dragon at the front suddenly stomped the ground, and all the other earth dragons rushed over like sweat. An Iron North earth dragon could already bring about a huge momentum. More than 20 earth dragons charged at the same time. Even the fierce female Tyrannosaurus, Hua Pistol, couldn't help but change her face. With such an impact, no one present could withstand it. Carlo hurriedly said, "Quick, take the magicians and retreat. Try to fight, don't confront them head-on. The 8 mercenaries who were carrying the poles quickly retreated. At this moment, a voice rang out from behind them. Nian Bing suddenly shouted, "Don't shake, warriors! Prepare for close combat. I will deal with their charge." As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and 2 magic scrolls flew out under his control. Red light and blue light appeared at the same time. The left hand of the god of fire, accompanied by the enhanced monochrome ice ball, flew out toward the earth dragons. At that time, Nian Bing once cooperated with public and private interests to create a rank 5 fusion of ice and fire magic, which made Archmage Longji look at him with admiration. At this time, facing a large number of earth dragons, he once again used the ability he was good at, but time was urgent, so he could only painfully throw out the magic scrolls. He firmly believed that there were still 3 magicians around him. As long as the first wave of the earth dragon's attack was blocked, support would come. Now, the ice and fire fusion magic was different from before. Through a deep understanding of the 2 kinds of magic, Nian Bing really exerted the power of ice and fire, and 2 rank 5 magic burst out at the same time. It produced an impact equivalent to a rank 7 magic. Even if it was a gold-backed earth dragon, it would not be comfortable here, let alone these iron-backed earth dragons. In the huge explosion, the 4 earth dragons rushing at the front were suddenly blown up, colliding with the earth dragons behind them. A large hole with a diameter of more than 2 zhang appeared on the ground. The earth dragons' forward momentum was immediately disintegrated. The earth dragons that were blown to the ground had their scales and flesh splattered. Although it was not fatal, they also suffered heavy injuries. Their strongest defensive ability was on their back, and their chest was much worse. Carlo's reaction was extremely fast. He tacitly took the warriors to spread out and rushed toward those earth dragons. At this time, the first magic of the earth great magician Feng Yin was also completed in a timely manner. The earth shook violently, with the large hole created by Nian Bing as the center. Several huge cracks appeared in the direction of the earth dragons. It was the rank 5 earth-splitting spell. Although the earth-splitting spell could not directly hurt the earth dragons, it was enough to delay their movements. Hua Rui took the lead and rushed toward the earth dragons that were in a mess. She was now completely not like a woman. Of course, in other people's eyes, she had never been regarded as a woman. An earth dragon's big head that was blown up was thrown up, bringing with it a burst of hot blood. Gatlin also showed the strength of a martial artist. His body flashed and rushed into the air. He was not as violent as Hua Rui, but his attack was much more vicious. The short knife in his hand was like a poisonous snake's fang. It directly pierced into the eyes of an earth dragon, which was the weakest part of its body. After a touch, he immediately turned to the next earth dragon. The seriously injured earth dragon roared and kept attacking all the living creatures around it. Of course, the most important ones were its companions. Blood kept flowing out of its eyes. No matter how strong its body was, it could not survive with its brain damaged. Death was just a matter of time. Various colors of dou, qi shone among the mercenaries. Although they were not as strong as the 2 deputy finance ministers, the great swordsman's dou qi was not a joke. The mercenaries cooperated well. Some of them used guerrilla tactics to attract the attention of the earth dragons, while others followed Gatlin's example and specifically looked for the weak eyes of the earth dragons. With the protection of dou qi, even if they were really hit by the earth dragons, as long as it was not a frontal collision, it would not be fatal. For a time, the whole situation was developing in the Frozen Moon mercenary group's favor. Carlo did not make a move. Instead, he observed the earth dragons in front of him. He was waiting. Once his subordinates were in danger, he would ask for help. This was cooperation. A high-level mercenary group paid the most attention to cooperation. Perhaps the heavens wanted to play a joke on the Frozen Moon mercenary group. Just as they were about to gain the upper hand, Feng Nu's surprised voice suddenly sounded. Everyone be careful, there are more behind us. The 8 mercenaries who were originally in charge of lifting the poles immediately reacted. When they turned around to look behind them, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was because there were also iron northern earth dragons behind them. Moreover, there were an astonishing number of 30 of them. Zi Qingming exclaimed, "Heavens! Did our Feng enter a lizard's nest?" As she spoke, the short knife that she used to fight with Feng Nu jumped into her hand. Zi Qingming's ice blade was a broad-bladed heavy sword. In a flash, she blocked her sister behind her. At this time, Zi Qingming's eyes were fixed on Nianbing. Nianbing helplessly sighed. She secretly scolded herself for being careless. She should have condensed 2 magic spells earlier, but the earth dragons in front of her had already charged. In desperation, she could only take out 2 more scrolls. At this time, Li Hua, who had not used any magic until now, made his move. If it was said that before, the mercenaries had underestimated Li Hua because he had almost been seriously injured by the backlash of the magic spell, then after this magical guest, no one dared to underestimate the highest-level magician present. Nianbing might have been careless, but Li Hua was not. This was the effect of experience. As he chanted, he raised his magic staff high above his head, and circles of blue light gathered in front of him. The blue light quickly rotated, and in the blink of an eye, a blue vortex gradually formed in front of him. It was a real vortex, and the group of earth dragons charged into the vortex. Although their charging force was strong, it was definitely not as strong as the vortex. Instantly, more than 30 earth dragons were completely sucked into the vortex, and their bodies kept colliding in the vortex. What would happen if their bodies collided with each other in the vortex that had the same tough body as theirs? The blue vortex had a few more traces of red. Ripple of water vortex? Nianbing was very surprised. This was because this was a very rare water magic spell. It belonged to the 7th step of the magic category, but the attack power of this spell was not strong. If there was only one enemy, the attack power would be even less. Once the magic power ran out, the vortex would disappear. Other than giving the enemy a slight feeling of dizziness, there was nothing special about this spell. This was especially true for warriors with martial arts skills. As long as the opponent's combat power was strong enough, they could easily rush out of the vortex. However, this spell was very effective against the powerful earth dragons. Not only did it block their momentum, but it could also cause them to suffer a certain amount of damage when they collided with each other. Ling, the 2-colored ice ball, quickly. Li Hua called out somewhat anxiously. Long Ling, who was originally a little sluggish, hurriedly chanted, "Great ice elemental! Condense, become an ancient glacier, become a solid ice of moonlight, the fusion of ice and ice, appear the 2-colored ice ball." A gigantic 2-colored ice spear appeared. Perhaps the dragon spirit had been influenced by the psychic ice magic's control, but it had intentionally compressed the ice sphere to make it more solid. Although the spikes were shorter, they looked much sturdier. Nianbing's eyes lit up. She immediately understood Li Hua's idea. In a real vortex, if there was only one thing, then it would continue to spin and walk into the vortex to be swallowed. However, if this thing touched a motionless solid object in the vortex, then, under the huge impact of the vortex, it would be easily broken. At this time, the 2-colored ice ball would be this solid object. As for whether it would have a good effect, it would depend on Long Ling's magic power. The ice ball flew into the vortex, and 30 earth dragons immediately collided with it one after another. Under the huge force of the vortex, the ice ball was quickly dyed red. Although Long Ling could not control the ice ball to stay still, she could make it rotate with the waves to slow down a little. This was enough. Mercenaries, the rest will be left to you. When the ice ball crushed the 12th ironback earth dragon, Li Hua stopped the spell. After all, continuously using a 6-step spell with a large area was not easy, even for a sorcerer like him. The dizzy earth dragons finally had their feet on the ground. Zi Qingjian shouted, "Nianbing, help me protect my sister." He was the first to rush out. His fighting style was very similar to that of a flower stamen. His strength was not inferior to that of a flower stamen. The hard scales of the earth dragons did not have much of a defensive effect under the heavy sword. An earth dragon's head had already rolled to the ground. The remaining 20 or so earth dragons had not yet recovered from their dizziness. Nianbing's 8 mercenaries had already rushed out with Zi Qingjian. "Sister Fengnu, aren't you going?" Zi Qingmeng, who was worried about her brother, asked Fengnu, who was beside her. Fengnu smiled faintly. She said, "I don't like blood, and there's no need for me to take action now." Zi Qingjian's strength had already reached the level of a pugilist. Perhaps he did not have Gatling's douqi, but his innate strength and indomitable momentum gave him a destructive power that could not be underestimated. Under his leadership, for earth dragons perished in the hands of the mercenaries. At this moment, the earth dragons finally woke up from their dizziness. Their huge claws and sharp teeth brought a lot of trouble to the mercenaries, wanting to slaughter the earth dragons. It was not an easy task, except for Zi Qingjian. The other mercenaries could only choose the earth dragon's eyes. Only then could they give them a fatal blow. However, the earth dragons seemed to have learned to be smarter. Even the earth dragons on Carlo's side were not so easy to injure. Of the remaining 16 earth dragons, 10 were besieging Zi Qingjian's group, while the remaining 5 were rushing towards Nianbing's group. Fengnu glanced at Zi Qingmeng and smiled bitterly. He smiled bitterly and said, "Looks like I really have to take action. Nianbing, don't use magic anymore. Save some magic." As soon as her voice fell, her expression suddenly changed. A fiery red aura spread throughout her body. Her expression became abnormally calm as she directly rushed towards the 5 earth dragons. Long Ling exclaimed, "Nianbing, quickly use the scroll to help her. She will die if she confronts the earth dragons." She was gentle and kind. If it was not for the fact that she did not have time to chant magic, she would have already taken action. She knew that only Nianbing could help Fengnu now. Nianbing smiled and shook her head. "No need, wait and see." The red figure was like smoke, strangely passing through the middle of the 5 earth dragons. Even with Nianbing's eyesight, she could only see a few flashes of silver light. The red figure did not stop, but rushed into the midst of the earth dragons that were fighting with Zi Qingmeng. At this time, Zi Qingmeng had already dealt with another one. The 5 earth dragons were still madly rushing towards Nianbing's group. Carlo, who had been observing the situation, wanted to come over and help, but he saw a strange scene. The 5 earth dragons were running, but their body parts were falling one by one. Blood and minced meat spread over 10 meters. When they were 30 meters away from Nianbing's group, they had already turned into pieces of meat. Long Ling's face became even paler. Her hand, holding the magic staff, trembled slightly. Zi Qingmeng muttered, Didn't she say that she doesn't like blood?" The corner of Nianbing's mouth twitched. "Yes, she doesn't like blood. Didn't you see? She's not stained with blood." Zi Qingmeng murmured, "Father once said that a true swordsman is equivalent to 20 martial artists. She just entered the swordsman realm. I think she's equivalent to 10 martial artists. What a terrifying strength! Although Fengnu's strength was formidable, she was able to create such an effect thanks to her parting heaven sword. Relying on the nearly divine artifact, level blade, infused with 9-leaf battle chi, cutting through the ironback earth dragon scales was not much different from cutting through a piece of paper. At this time, the battle on Zi Qingming's side had already ended. With Fengnu's participation, the earth dragons could only face death. Carlo's voice suddenly sounded, "Nianbing, be careful!" When Nianbing turned around, he saw a huge earth dragon rushing up from the side, rushing towards him. At this time, Zi Qingming was already scared stiff. Feng Yin was also stunned. Only Longling and Li Hua reacted. Li Hua took out a magic scroll from his chest. Longling's movements were very direct. She actually rushed directly towards Nianbing, using her back to face the earth dragon that was already 10 meters away. Nianbing was not frightened by the earth dragon, but he was frightened by Longling. With a flick of his wrist, he shook his wrist and a red light flew out. With a loud bang, the earth dragon fell 3 meters away from Longling. Its huge head had already been split in half, and the thick, righteous yang blade was chopping at its neck. As soon as the earth dragon appeared behind him, Nianbing had already begun to prepare. He absolutely would not make the same mistake twice. Perhaps low-level magic could not hurt the earth dragon. However, under the powerful explosive power of the bursting flames technique, the righteous yang blade, a divine artifact, could easily cut into the earth dragon's hard head. This was something he had learned from Feng Nu's parting heaven sword. He did not have Do Qi, but he could use magic as a boost. The first experiment had achieved excellent results. At this moment, Nianbing tightly held Longling in his arms. Ling, why are you so silly? Tightly holding her soft body, Nianbing could no longer control his feelings. Longling's sacrifice had deeply touched his heart, he knew. In this life, he would never abandon the girl in his arms. After all, the human heart was made of flesh. Such a gentle and kind girl was willing to sacrifice her life for him. How could he not be moved? Longling's pretty face blushed. Since Nianbing left, she felt at ease for the first time. Lying in his warm embrace, her tears soaked Nianbing's chest. Zi Qingming's coughs woke the two of them up. Longling hurriedly pushed Nianbing away, her pretty face blushing as she stood to the side and wiped the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes. Zi Qingming handed the righteous yang blade to Nianbing and teased, "This kitchen knife of yours is really versatile. After cutting down the earth dragon, you won't continue to cook for us, right?" Nianbing bitterly smiled. "This is only a temporary measure. Rest assured, I will definitely wash the righteous yang blade clean." Ling, you can't be like this in the future. I will protect myself and you. Do you know how much my heart ached just now? Longling's expression had already returned to normal. Nianbing, we are only ordinary friends. Don't say such things to me in the future. Finish speaking. She turned and walked towards her own pole. Nianbing was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly chased after Longling. He grabbed her hand and said, "Ling, I was wrong before. If you are willing, I want to pursue you. Is that okay?" When feelings arrived, it was impossible to avoid. Nianbing was very rational, so he chose to face it. However, Longling's answer surprised him. "Of course not. Nianbing, I forgot to tell you something. I am already engaged to Shurjiu." Longling broke free from Nianbing's hand and walked to the pole to sit down. "What? You are already engaged to Shurjiu? No, that's impossible. You must be lying to me, right?" Nianbing's expression was a bit sluggish. Longling glanced at him. "Do I need to lie to you? Since you don't want me, I will naturally choose someone who loves me." A bitter feeling stimulated Nianbing's heart. He lowered his head and sighed heavily. "Then I congratulate you." As soon as his voice fell, Nianbing's eyes suddenly emitted a cold light. He suddenly raised his head and walked step by step towards the earth dragon that Hua Ruei and the others were fighting. At this time, there were still 8 earth dragons fighting with the mercenaries. Burn, endless flames. Nianbing raised his righteous yang blade. The sigh of the fire god allowed him to quickly absorb the surrounding fire elements. Endless flames, lend me your unquenchable passion. Rise, cover me in flames. Flame cover was a 6th-level auxiliary spell of the fire element. After using this spell, Any fire element spell below the 6th level could be enhanced to a 7th level attack. It was a spell that fire element magicians used when they launched spells that were beyond their ability. Strong flames surrounded Nian Bing's body and rose. The flames were not red, but deep blue. "O great god of fire, please allow me to borrow your left hand to let the flames of fire come to the world and extinguish all the evil forces. Let the flames shine on the earth and destroy all the obstacles in front of me." Fire god's left hand. The flames condensed above the roar of the fire god. The blue fire god's left hand appeared above Nianbing. "Tear everything apart for me." The roar of the fire god suddenly pointed forward. The bisexual Nianbing now had a ball of fire burning in his heart. He just wanted to kill, keep killing. With the roar of the fire god and the enhancement of flame cover, the fire god's left hand directly reached the 7th level. The big blue hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the head of an earth dragon. Under the extreme heat, the earth dragon let out an ear-piercing roar. With a bang, its head was crushed by the fire god's left hand. The massacre wasn't over yet. Nian Bing controlled the fire god's left hand to attack another earth dragon like a madwoman. The earth dragon's huge body was thrown up. The blue flames covered its whole body, emitting a burnt smell. These ordinary earth dragons were only 20 or 30 years old. Compared to the golden back earth dragon king that Nian Bing encountered last time, they were too far apart. The earth dragons burned in the flames and rolled on the ground. However, the flames that seemed to come from hell did not extinguish. Kill, kill, kill. The 7th level fire god's left hand displayed a powerful attack. The huge flaming hand sent the remaining earth dragons flying, turning them into a ball of raging flames. While supporting this spell, the master's magic power was being consumed, but Nian Bing did not care at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. They discovered that Nian Bing's eyes had unknowingly turned red. When the last earth dragon was sent flying, the fire god's left hand also disappeared at the same time. It was not that Nian Bing wanted it to disappear, but because his magic power was no longer enough to support the 7th level spell. The feeling of weakness kept invading Nian Bing's brain, but he could only feel heartache. Heartache for himself, but also for Longling. "Nian Bing, are you okay?" Feng Nu's concerned voice sounded in Nian Bing's ears. It was the first time she saw Nian Bing so crazy. He gave up the most energy-saving spell of the same origin of ice and fire, but chose the most direct flame attack. This approach was completely inconsistent with him. Panting heavily, Nian Bing shook his head. "I am fine. I just wanted to vent a bit." At this time, the mercenaries gathered around. Carlo's gaze towards these people and Feng Nu completely changed. There were a total of 60 earth dragons, and more than half of them were eliminated by Nian Bing's group. This already proved their strength. If it was a lone mercenary, perhaps they could also win, but they would inevitably pay a heavy price. Carlo could not help but feel somewhat fortunate that he made the right choice to invite Nian Bing and his friends into this operation. "President Carlo, everyone is tired. Let's rest here for a bit before continuing." Nian Bing said indifferently, then turned around and walked to the side. Carlo was just about to say something, but was stopped by Feng Nu. "Let him be in silence." Carlo respectfully said, "I really did not expect Miss to be a swordsman. I hope you can forgive Carlo's previous rudeness." Swordsman's influence in the world of martial arts was unparalleled. With such a swordsman in his mercenary group, Carlo's originally shaken confidence, due to the appearance of the Earth Dragon Master, had been completely restored. Chapter 61. Feng Nu smiled politely and said, "You don't have to be so polite. In fact, I haven't really reached the level of swordsman. The future is boundless, so we have to be more careful. Let everyone recover as much as possible." Carlo nodded. "Gatling, how are the casualties on our side?" Gatling flashed and came to Carlo's side, saying, "Leader, we have 7 light injuries, no serious injuries, no deaths. All of us are still fighting. I really didn't expect that we could so easily wipe out 60 Iron North Earth dragons. We have to thank the magicians and Miss Feng Nu," Carlo said. "Everyone rest here and try to recover Dochi. Brothers who are not injured, stay alert in case there are more magic beast attacks. It's a pity these Earth dragons. If we can tame them, we can be the first mercenary group to have Earth Dragon Knights." Hua Yi's voice sounded like a broken gong. "What's a pity? It's already good that we didn't become Earth Dragon's dinner. If you want to catch Earth Dragons, you have to be alone, and it has to be a small Earth Dragon to tame. It's not that easy." Carlo smiled and said, "Yes. I'm already very glad that there are no casualties. Rue, you also rest for a while. You used a lot of strength just now." Nian Bing went to the corner of the hillside and sat down. The crazy attack just now consumed nearly half of his magic power. Without hesitation, he directly went to meditate. At the same time, he divided his mind and thought about Long Ling's words. This rest lasted for a full 2 hours. The injured mercenaries bandaged their wounds, recovered some strength, drank some water, and rested for a while. The appearance of the Earth Dragons not only didn't dispel their morale, but also greatly increased the morale of the entire mercenary group. After all, the Iron North Earth Dragon was also well known in the Yangon continent. It had always been the best mount for its strong defense, fierce attack, and other characteristics. Unfortunately, so far, no country had heard of an Earth Dragon Knight regiment. This time, they annihilated 60 Earth Dragons in one fell swoop. In addition, Feng Nu, Nianbing, and the others showed great strength, making the mercenaries more confident and cohesive. When Nianbing returned to the group of mercenaries, a smile had already appeared on his face. As a rational person, he would not let his worries follow him for too long. It was not difficult for him to determine the pros and cons of a matter. He walked to Long Ling's side and whispered, "Linglong, there might be unknown dangers ahead. You must be careful. Don't get hurt because of a moment of kindness. Promise me, okay?" Long Ling had previously told Nianbing that she was already engaged to Shijiao. Nianbing did not feel good about it either. She didn't know why, but when Nianbing vented her anger on the Earth Dragon, she also felt a little happy in her heart. At this time, seeing Nianbing recover so quickly, a sense of loss filled his heart again. He nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. "As for our matter, let's talk about it after this operation, okay? Don't be too hard on yourself. Cheer up." Nianbing returned to his pole after saying that and started discussing the route ahead with Carlo. Looking at Nianbing's back, Long Ling did not know why her heart trembled. Reason told her that she should not get close to Nianbing, but Nianbing's last words made her inexplicably trust him. What did he mean? "President Carlo, what do you think of the Earth Dragon's attack?" Nianbing asked calmly. Carlo frowned and said, "It is very likely that the enemy is manipulating the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon is a solitary magical beast. It is too strange for so many of them to gather at once. And they will also attack us in 2 groups, which is even more strange. So, I think this should be the plan of the enemy who attacked us that day." Nianbing nodded and said, "I think so too. So, we must be more careful in the next operation. The enemy is definitely more powerful than we thought. If we really can't deal with them, I hope you can make a prompt decision and give the order to retreat. Life is the most precious. Giving up life for money and revival is definitely an unwise choice." Carlo's complexion changed. After a long while, he nodded with difficulty. "Maybe you are right. If you did not join, I am afraid our mission would have failed." Deep in the sky-shaking mountain range. "Scoundrel, who told you to lead the Earth Dragon army to attack those humans?" "This, Elder, those Earth Dragons are stupid to death. They also frequently attack other creatures in the mountain. What is the use of keeping them? I think those humans should have already died in the Earth Dragon's mouth. With their strength, they are only fit to be the Earth Dragon's lunch. Humph, Luo-e! How many times have I told you? Humans must not be underestimated. Although the Iron North Earth Dragon only has a small amount of dragon blood. After all, they are related to dragons by blood. If you do this, if the Dragon Lord blames you, who can bear the responsibility? To tell you the truth, I can't feel the aura of those Earth Dragons you sent. What? Impossible! How can those humans be so strong? More than 60 Earth Dragons. Even if it is us, it is not easy to deal with them. Did you forget what I said just now? Those humans who dare to covet the Dragon Lord's treasure, if they do not have a certain strength, how can they enter our sky-shaking mountain range with great fanfare? The injury on your back can't be healed so quickly, right? Go and prepare, we should welcome the guests. Elder, I know I was wrong. But don't worry, with my clan strength, we will definitely be able to keep all these humans here. No matter how strong they are, they will not be able to contend against the Dragon Lord. Impudent! The Dragon Lord must not be disturbed. Did you forget the last time the Dragon Lord was woken up from his sleep? Ah, Elder, I am sorry, I will go now. The Frozen Moon mercenary group set off again. When they went over a mountain, they were shocked to find that everything in front of them had completely changed. The chill of winter did not exist here. There was only the warmth of spring. As far as the eye could see, the mountains that were not very tall were completely covered in green. The temperature was much warmer than the other side of the mountain that they just went over. The leisurely air brought by the plants made people feel relaxed and happy, and there was even a faint fragrance of flowers. All kinds of animals shuttled back and forth in the mountain forest. The sound of insects and birds could be clearly distinguished. There was even the sound of a stream flowing from the depths of the mountain forest. Where was the sense of danger? It was completely a scene of paradise. The difference between the front and back made the mercenaries stop moving forward. Now, they finally understood why they could not see the existence of animals in the mountains. Nian Bing sniffed and calmly said, "This is the smell of fire." For such a strange scene to appear in the harsh winter, it can only prove that this place is special. Teacher Li Hua, do you feel it? The fire magic element here is especially active, while the other magic elements are much thinner. Li Hua nodded and frowned. Could it be because of the treasure? If there is a master fire attribute gem vein here, this kind of weather change may occur. Hearing about the fire attribute gem vein, all the mercenaries' eyes lit up. To be able to make a few mountains as warm as spring, how many fire attribute gems would it require? If it was really a gem vein, it would definitely be comparable to the wealth of an empire. Nian Bing shook her head and said, "We can't be that lucky. Unless there's a mountain full of earth fire attribute gems. Moreover, if it is a gem, how can it grow so well? There must be something fishy about this. President Carlo, don't forget what I said before." Carlo nodded and said, "Let's set off. Although the enemy exists, we still have a chance." The mercenary group went down the mountain. The warmth made them change out of their thick clothes, and their progress was much lighter. Nian Bing released her spirit and constantly paid attention to the surrounding scene, trying to find out the existence of the enemy. Since the enemy had already warned them that day, then today, there would definitely be someone appearing to stop them from moving forward. However, the Frozen Moon mercenary group's progress was much easier than imagined. Not only were there no traces of the enemy, even the wild beasts in the forest avoided them. No difficulties appeared. Sitting on the pole and coveting the beautiful scenery around, Nian Bing's originally nervous heart also relaxed a little. The closer they got to the target, the higher the surrounding temperature. When they had already seen the tall mountain where the target was, the environment around them was already no different from summer. Carlo made a prompt decision. In order to reduce the burden, he made everyone leave behind their heavy clothes. Only then did he go into battle lightly and continue forward. Under Carlo's signal, Gatling soared into the air. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on a big tree in front of him, and his body rose up again. He had already rushed to the top of the tree and borrowed the force of the treetops a second time, sending his whole body nearly 8 zhang in the air. Looking at Gatling's powerful light body technique, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel a little envious. In some aspects, warriors indeed had an advantage that mages couldn't compare to. Floating in the air, his body slowly descended like a leaf. At this moment, Gatling's cold face already had a little more excitement. "Leader, I see it. There is a very large cave at the foot of the mountain in front of us. It can be easily seen from the outside. It seems that there are no enemies guarding there." Carlo's eyes flashed, and he said, "This seems to be a little too smooth. Everyone must not relax their vigilance. Let's go." Going down the mountain, when they walked out of a dense forest, they finally saw the cave that Gatling had mentioned. The cave was indeed very large. The diameter of the cave was more than 10 zhang. It was dark inside, and he couldn't see what was inside. Carlo took out the treasure map and carefully checked it. Yes, this cave was where the treasure was. Carlo took a big stride to the entrance of the cave and looked around. He shouted anxiously, "For people are guarding the entrance of the cave. The others are protecting the mages as they enter the cave. Move quickly." "No, there's no need. Coming here, your lives have already come to an end." A deep and aged voice sounded, and the surrounding air suddenly became abnormally hot. In the forest outside the cave entrance, above the cave entrance, nimble figures appeared one after another. These figures were completely fiery red. Carlo only felt a huge pressure coming from above his head, and subconsciously took a step back, flying back to his own mercenary group. What was going to come would eventually come. Moreover, this was clearly a trap that was specifically waiting for him and the others. The two sides sized each other up. The mercenary group, led by Carlo, had always been in the open, while their opponents had always been in the dark. At this moment, when they really met, Carlo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Were they humans? There were hundreds of red figures in front of them, and they had already surrounded the mercenaries from all directions. These people's appearances were very similar, and their figures were exactly the same as humans. There was no difference, but it was easy to tell the difference between them and humans from their skin. To be precise, these enemies who suddenly appeared did not have any skin exposed at all. A layer of fine dark red scales completely wrapped their bodies, and they only wore rough cloth clothes that covered the important parts of their bodies. Under the sunlight in the shadows of the trees, the scales reversed with a dark red luster. The sudden increase in temperature seemed to be because of their appearance. Looking at the 3 tall, scaled men in front of him, Carlo said in a deep voice, "We have no intention of making things difficult for you. We just want the things in this cave. Can you make an exception?" The scaled man in the center seemed to be quite old. He said calmly, "That's impossible. Our greatest dragon, Lord, lives in this cave. Don't talk about going in. After seeing the appearance of our clansmen, you already won't be able to leave here alive. If you are willing to be natural, I can leave you a way out. Killing you despicable humans will only dirty my hands." Carlo looked around. All the scaled men seemed very calm. The tips of their fingers were sharp like claws, and their cold gazes were fixed on them. Carlo constantly calmed down the nervousness in his heart. He knew that if every scaled man present was as strong as the 2 who had ambushed them, they might not even have the chance to escape today. Just when Carlo was somewhat at a loss as to how to deal with this situation, Nian Bing opened her mouth. "This old mister, hello. We came here because we obtained a treasure map. We don't have any enmity towards the nobles, and we didn't know that it was your private property. If you don't want us to get the treasure, we can just leave. Why do we have to hurt our friendship? Leave. After you leave, you lead a large group of humans to disturb the Dragon Lord's rest? That's impossible. If you don't commit suicide, you can go die. As he spoke, he raised his hand and was about to order the strange, scaled men to attack. Nian Bing and Feng Nu looked at each other. He suddenly remembered what Hillard had said to him and exclaimed, "You are the Dragonborn? Are you the Dragonborn who guard the dragons?" When the originally silent group of Dragonborn heard Nian Bing say the words Dragonborn, it immediately caused a commotion. The elder at the front frowned slightly. "You know us?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "I have heard of the existence of the Dragonborn before. In that case, the treasure you are guarding should be the treasure of a dragon." "That's right, we are the fire dragons. I can also tell you that I am the only remaining elder of the fire dragons, Jean Tuesday. Even if you know this, it's useless. Today you must die. The dignity of the Dragonborn cannot be violated. Kill! Go, water dance waves." An old voice sounded, and a huge blue halo suddenly appeared and dispersed into the surroundings, just in time to welcome the fire dragon tribesmen who were pouncing over. It turned out that Nian Bing had been instructed by Li Hua to talk to the other party in order to buy more time to recite the spell. The other party had no intention of letting them go at all. In that case, they could only fight head-on. Water Dance Waves was an 8th grade water magic attack that used a large area of effect. It consumed a lot of magic power, but in the current situation where they were facing a large number of enemies, it was obviously the best choice. Unfortunately, in this territory of the fire dragons, the power of water magic was sharply reduced. An 8th grade spell could only display the power of a 7th grade spell. Water waves spread out like waves, carrying bursts of rapid water arrows to block the attacks of the fire dragons. Red Fighting Spirit fluttered around, blocking the continuous attacks of the water dance waves. Feng Nu suddenly shouted, "Rush into the cave. There's a better defense there." Nian Bing's eyes lit up. "That's right. Advance in order to retreat." Before Carlo, Gatling, and Hua Rue rushed to the cave entrance, he took the lead and threw out 2 magic scrolls. This was his trump card to save his life. Ice and Fire, the 2 strongest 6th grade magic scrolls that Nian Bing could make, instantly exploded. Red and blue light collided in a rush, and the violent explosion seemed to shake the whole mountain range. Under the effect of Nian Bing's full power of ice and fire, a huge impact of the 8th grade erupted with the elder as the center. The impact of the magic was completely one-sided. When the fire dragon's elder heard Feng Nu shout, his expression changed. Silver Fighting Spirit covered his whole body, and he pushed forward with both hands, trying to break through the magic. But Nian Bing's scroll attack had already arrived. A Tier 8 offensive spell could not threaten a martial saint. Not to mention that the fire dragon tribes people had strong bodies that ordinary people could not compare to. In the great shock, the fire dragon tribe's elder only took a step back before stabilizing himself. However, the dozen fire dragon tribes people who were originally beside him were blown away by the sudden appearance of the spell. They seemed to be afraid of the huge cave behind them and would rather be injured by the impact of the spell than be pulled back. They barely controlled their bodies to fly diagonally. Only the fire dragon's elder was left in front of the cave entrance. At this time, Hua Rue's pair of huge wheeled axes arrived. Ding! Ding! 2 clear sounds rang out, and Hua Rue was sent flying while spurting out blood. 2 marks had actually been left on her battle axes. Carlo and Gatling were sent flying at a speed that was not much slower than hers. Against a true martial saint, a pugilist would not stand a chance. The fire dragon's elder was obviously angry, and the silver fighting spirit on his body completely expanded. He was continuously attacked by magic and 3 pugilists. As strong as he was, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. The mercenaries had already rushed forward with all their strength under Feng Nu's words. At this time, the first to attack was a red light. When the red light rushed to 3 feet in front of the fire dragon's elder Jean Tuesday, the red light suddenly turned silver, and a loud phoenix cry sounded. The silver sword shadow was so unpredictable in Jin Tu's eyes. His expression changed slightly, and Jin Tu punched out with both his fists at the same time, his holy fighting spirit surging. As if it was solid, it crashed into the sword curtain. Phoenix feather slash. The sound of breaking silk sounded, and the same silver fighting spirit suddenly condensed into one, cutting Jin Tu's fighting spirit apart, and the tail flame went straight to Jin Tu's chest. Do you really want to die? Jin Tu roared angrily, and his body suddenly jumped up with a dragon cry in his mouth. He dodged the sword light and attacked Feng Nu, who had rushed to the position where he was standing before. Feng Nu's eyes were unusually calm, and her mouth made a phoenix cry, and the silver fighting spirit around her body expanded a little. Phoenix dance, 9 heavens. The leaving divine sword in her hand suddenly slowed down, and with a simple upward slash, her body began to dance gracefully with the divine sword. Jin Tu's expression changed greatly. Although his fighting spirit was superior to Feng Nu's, he had encountered strong enemies one after another, and with Feng Nu's sword of blazing heaven, he was no longer confident that he could win. He waved his hands strangely in the air, trying to find the spine of the godly sword of blazing heaven to release his fighting energy. However, the Phoenix girl didn't give him the chance. The Phoenix dance of the 9 heavens vividly displayed its strangeness, forcing the golden centipede to release his fighting energy and fight it head-on. Blood burst out, and the scales on the left side of Jin Tu's chest flew off, leaving a wound that was 1/2 inch deep and 1/2 foot long. Blood flowed out, making the scales on his body look more vivid. His body was shaken and flew out and landed outside the cave. Although his face was covered with scales, no expression could be seen. Nian Bing noticed that there was a trace of panic in his eyes. He obviously wasn't at a disadvantage, so why was he panicking? At this time, Li Hua's magic finally ended under the crazy attack of a large amount of fire-fighting spirit. Fortunately, Feng Yun used a level 6 earth magic in time, and Long Ling's large area ice blade slash helped the mercenaries temporarily resist the attack of the fire dragons. The attack power of the fire dragon's warriors was extremely strong, and they were at least at the level of a great swordsman, and there was no lack of martial artists among them. Carlo and the other 2, who were shaken and flew out, barely suppressed their injuries and desperately helped their subordinates. Only then did they manage to restrain the enemy's attack and prevent the mercenaries' formation from being disrupted. Even so, most of the mercenaries had already been injured. Feng Nu hurriedly said, "Quick, enter the cave." Nian Bing also threw caution to the wind and reluctantly threw out 4 precious magic scrolls. They were also of the same origin of ice and fire, but this time it was a combination of 5 types of magic. The 4 scrolls combined to form 2 powerful magic, but this time it wasn't a single attack but a double attack. Because each scroll was formed by the fusion of magic, the exquisiteness of the changes was breathtaking. In an instant, 4 red and blue flowers suddenly burst out in the middle of the fire dragon's warriors. The gorgeous rays of light made the sun pale in comparison, and the violent explosion completely stopped the attack of the fire dragon's warriors. But Nian Bing shockingly discovered that powerful magic of the 7th step could at most injure these strange people covered in scales and couldn't really take their lives. However, using the 4 magic attacks that burst out in an instant, the mercenaries quickly rushed into the cave. Among them, the strongest mercenaries under the leadership of Carlo, Feng Nu, and the others stood guard at the entrance of the cave and continued to fight the fire dragon's warriors. After entering the cave, at least they didn't have to worry about the rear for the time being. Although there were many enemies, there was only one wave of them. After forcing Jin Tu back with a sword, Feng Nu said in a deep voice, "Elder Jin, let your clansmen withdraw. You should be able to see that I didn't kill them because I didn't want to make things difficult for you nobles. Why do you have to force us to meet on the battlefield? Can't we withdraw from the sky-shaking mountain range and keep the secret for you?" Jin Tu said angrily, You dare to enter the fire dragon cave of the Dragon Lord, which is the greatest insult to us fire dragons. Only blood can wash away the shame. If you are still a warrior with dignity, come out of the cave, fight with us fair and square. A fireball and an ice ball collided in the air, and the fire dragons were forced to retreat again. Carlo's voice came from behind Feng Nu. We are only mercenaries. If you are not warriors, then just rush in if you have the ability. Will we be besieged by you outside? Only if we are fools. Everyone hold on. Whether we can go back alive is up to us. Jean too was so angry that he laughed. Good, I want to see how long you can hold on. Kill them. Archers, climb the trees. Destroy those magicians for me first. He had already found that it would be very difficult to break through the other party's defense line before killing the magicians. On the Rangoon continent, just as Hillard had told Nianbing, some humans used giant dragons as their totems to form the Dragonborn race. These Dragonborn were divided into several groups according to the dragon race they believed in. The Fire Dragon tribe in front of them was one of the branches. The Frozen Moon mercenary group was quite lucky. Although the Fire Dragon tribe was powerful, they were much weaker than the other Dragonborn races. This could be seen from the fact that they only had one swordsman elder among them. Dozens of Fire Dragon tribe members had already climbed up the trees outside the cave. They pulled their bows and threatened the mercenaries inside. Jean too glared at Feng Nu. The Feng people and our Dragonborn have always minded our own business. If you leave now, I can let you go. Feng Nu said in a low voice, Then please let us go together. The promise I made just now is absolutely valid. If anyone reveals the whereabouts of the Dragonborn after we leave, I will be responsible for enforcing the law on behalf of the Dragonborn. How about it? Jean too snorted. Do you think this is a human city? You can come and go as you please. I don't mind being enemies with the Feng people. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. As he said that, he waved his hand forward. The Fire Dragon tribe warriors launched another fierce attack. Ear-piercing whistling sounds rang out. Fire arrows fell from the top of the trees like meteors, passing by the mercenaries in front of them and going straight for Nianbing and the others. Those were all arrows shot out with fire tribute Doqi. With the bodies of Nianbing and the others, there was no way they could block them. Water curtain connects the sky. The only sorcerer, Li Hua, displayed his powerful magic. A blue light curtain lit up. Not only did it completely dissolve the fire arrows, but it also forced the Fire Dragon tribe warriors who were charging at the mercenaries to retreat a little, reducing the impact on the mercenaries. Jean, too, did not participate in the battle again. He just looked at the enemies in front of him and commanded his people to continue attacking. This hole was really too big. At least half of the mercenaries were needed to completely block the hole. The Fire Dragon tribe warriors at the front all had the strength of a pugilist. If it were not for the magic support of Nianbing and the others, as well as the mercenaries who used 120% of their strength in order to save their lives, their defense line would have been broken through long ago. Feng Yin, use the earth extension spell to seal the hole smaller, Nianbing said anxiously. At this time, the narrower the hole was, the better it was for Nianbing and the others. After all, there were not many strong people in their mercenary group. If the hole was narrower, with Feng Nu and a few other pugilist-level experts at the front and the support of magic at the back, it would not be a problem for them to hold on for at least a period of time. Feng Yin smiled bitterly and said, I've tried, but the structure of this mountain is very special. The earth element is very inert and very sturdy. It can't be moved at all. Nianbing sighed in her heart. She knew that in this situation, it was no doubt a fool's dream to rush out. Feng Nu, don't be merciful. Otherwise, everyone will die here. One killed is one less. Feng Nu's eyes flashed, and the momentum of her body suddenly changed. Jean too also noticed this. Before Feng Nu could kill, He quickly rushed up and fought with Feng Nu with his tyrannical saint fighting aura. He had the advantage of fighting aura, and Feng Nu had the parting heaven sword. The two of them fought together, and the situation was temporarily tied. The breeze kept blowing, causing the leaves to rustle. The foot of the mountain with fresh air should have been a paradise, but at this time there was a fierce battle. No matter how hard a great swordsman fought, it was impossible for him to defeat a pugilist. The wounds on the mercenaries kept increasing. Long Ling no longer cared about attacking the enemy and put all her attention on healing the mercenaries. And now that he had lost control of the earth, the great earth element magic Fengyan was now equivalent to a piece of trash. He could only watch the battle in front of him. Suddenly he had an idea. He turned around and ran into the cave. At this time, everyone's attention was focused on the battle, and no one noticed him. Li Ji had a heavy responsibility. He had to defend against the attacks from the trees outside, and this required a long time of magic support. Although he was a sorcerer, facing the attacks of so many warriors, the time he could support was decreasing. Among the 4 magicians, the only one who could support the attack was Nianbing. Since leaving the Peach Blossom Forest, this was the first time he spared no effort to use all his abilities. Holding the sigh of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god in his hands, he was able to greatly reduce the consumption of his magic power by relying on the 2 divine weapons. His magic power of the same origin of ice and fire was unleashed to the maximum. The red and blue radiance blasted away the attacks of the fire dragon warriors again and again. It was also because of his all-out performance that the dragon spirit had the chance to heal the wounded. Chapter 62. With a loud bang, Feng Nu staggered back 3 steps, the silver battle chi reverting to a dark red color. A trickle of blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. She had suffered a serious injury, and the elder of the fire dragon race Jin 2 was also not in a good condition. There were several crisscrossing wounds in front of his body, blood constantly flowing out. Although he had a fire constitution, but the feeling of the 9 levels of battle chi invading his body through the blazing heaven sword was not pleasant at all. Ah! Jin 2 roared. His seemingly old body suddenly swelled up, and his imposing manner suddenly soared. He fiercely threw a punch at Feng Nu. Silver battle chi condensed into a ball, and like a cannonball, hurtled toward Feng Nu. Feng Nu's expression changed slightly. At this time, her battle chi could no longer reach the level of Saint Battle Chi. Holding the sword with both hands, she could only rely on the advantage of the blazing heaven sword to split open this heavy battle chi bullet. However, she did not have the slightest confidence. No one is allowed to hurt Feng Nu roar. A tall figure suddenly leaped out from the side, a huge heavy sword striking the silver battle chi bullet with a loud bang. The strong explosion of battle chi caused several surrounding dragon warriors to tumble to one side. The one who suddenly appeared and blocked the attack for Feng Nu was Zi Qingjian. There were obvious changes on Zi Qingjian's body. His disheveled hair had turned blood red, his already tall body had swelled up, his breathing was heavy like an iron-back earth dragon, and the bulging blood vessels on his body were clearly visible. Even after receiving the attack of Saint Battle Chi, his feet only sank into the ground, but he did not retreat in the slightest. Jin 2, who had raised his battle chi to the strongest level, exclaimed in surprise, "Berserker! There are berserkers!" No one answered his question. Zi Qingjian walked out from the crowd of mercenaries at the entrance of the cave alone. His eyes had turned blood red, and in his blurred consciousness he only remembered a few familiar names. The huge heavy sword emitted a bright green light, and the 3 feet long sword light was not the slightest bit weaker than Jin Tuesday. 4 fire dragon warriors charged at Zi Qingjian from different directions. The heavy sword was like withered grass in Zi Qingjian's hands. There was nothing fancy about it. It circled around Zi Qingjian's body, and immediately a green light blocked out like a wall. The 4 figures retreated even faster than when they came, but this time they were sent flying. Blood gushed out of their mouths, and the 4 dragon-human warriors were severely injured. Although their dragon-human physique prevented them from dying, they had already lost the ability to fight. The purple purity Sword 6 was there. His red hair, red eyes, and his entire body emitted an unstable green light. He was like a demon god. Both sides stopped fighting. For a moment, he became the center of attention. Li Hua stopped his magic and gasped for breath. His pale face showed that he was in a very weak state. He sat down on the ground and did not dare to meditate. He could only take out the few magic scrolls that he had at the bottom of his chest. Nian Bing came to Feng Nu's side. She immediately changed from ice to water and released a healing technique on Feng Nu. He helped her recover her damaged meridians. "What's wrong with Brother Qingjian? He seems to be a little delirious. I'll call him back." "No." Feng Nu stopped Nian Bing. "No one can stop him now. He has gone berserk." "Berserk?" It was Nian Bing's first time hearing this term. "What does berserk mean?" Feng Nu whispered, "This is a special type of physique. It is very adaptable. Especially after the ancient war, it was thought to be extinct. Berserk warriors are called berserkers. They used to be the strongest soldiers of mankind. But at the same time, they were also the most difficult to control. Although berserk warriors are the strongest in individual combat, they also have a huge flaw. That is, their minds will also fall into a berserk state along with their bodies. Under such circumstances, they can no longer distinguish between friend and foe. Their magic power is raised to the limit, and their skin is as hard as iron. If they have cultivated Do Qi, their Do Qi will increase exponentially. After berserk, berserkers only know how to attack until they use up all their strength. Every time they go berserk, they have to sleep for 3 days. I really did not expect that your friend would be a berserker. It seems that we still have a chance. With his strength as a pugilist and berserk, even a swordsman would not be able to defeat him easily. I originally did not want to kill, but now it seems that I have no choice. Feng Nu, I know you have some misgivings. If you really do not want to kill, then you can beat up those fire dragon people until they lose their ability to fight. As long as we can leave here safely, it will be enough. Feng Nu nodded. As soon as Ziqing's sword launches an attack with all your strength. As long as he or I can entangle the other party's elder, we still have a chance. Kill! Ziqing's sword roared angrily. In his eyes, the most important enemy was naturally Jean Tuesday. Subconsciously, the most important people to him were undoubtedly his sister and Feng Nu. Just now it was Jean too who injured Feng Nu. At this moment, he suddenly burst out. Naturally, Jean too would be his first target. Ziqing's sword lifted his heavy sword high. Although he was in a berserk state, he did not forget his abilities at all. Instead, he became more proficient in using them. The skills that Purple Dream used to fight against Feng Nu appeared on his body, transforming into several shadows that dashed towards the swordsman, level Jean 2. Feng Nu was about to move, when suddenly she saw a black light descending from the sky. Without any reflection of light, it headed straight for Long Ling, who was treating the mercenaries. She did not care where the light came from. In a flash, she came to Long Ling's side and flicked the parting heaven sword upwards, sending the black light flying to one side. With a light clink, it turned out to be a black needle. A faint fishy smell spread in the air, indicating that the needle was highly poisonous. Ah, why did you save me? Long Ling finally came to her senses, staring at Feng Nu in a daze. Feng Nu's sharp eyes looked in the direction of the black needle. It was a dense mountain forest where she could not find any energy fluctuations. This was definitely not an attack launched by the fire dragon people. As a proud dragon, they would never use poison. While searching for the enemy in the dark, she subconsciously replied, Nian Bing asked me to protect you. You don't have to thank me. Thank him directly. Be careful. There may be other enemies around. Thank you, I will be careful. Long Ling's voice was very calm. not at all affected by the threat to her life. She continued to treat the mercenaries. Carlo had also heard the conversation between Feng Nu and Nian Bing earlier. Once the Purple Purity sword made its move, he immediately led the mercenaries to launch a counterattack against the dragon people. He knew that as long as Feng Nu could perform as usual, they would still have a chance to escape even though the other party had the advantage in numbers. The Purple Purity sword, after going berserk, was just as Feng Nu had said. Even a powerful cultivator like Jin Tu could not do anything to him at this moment. At this moment, he could not avoid the Purple Purity sword, otherwise, the ones who would suffer would be his tribesmen. Although the dragon people had strong innate defense, a direct hit from such violent fighting energy was enough to kill them. The scene was completely chaotic. Feng Nu finally showed her power. The Purple Purity sword, under the guidance of her graceful figure, transformed into countless sword lights. Each sword light was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. As the sword lights flashed, one after another, the fire dragon people fell to the ground after being stabbed. In a short while, more than a dozen fire dragon people had lost their fighting ability. With the sudden reduction in pressure, the mercenaries all used their lives and unleashed their fighting energy to the limit. Under the leadership of Carlo, Gatling, and Hua Rui, they charged towards the fire dragon people. Suddenly, countless red lights scattered from the sky. There was only one target, and that was Feng Nu. The red lights cooperated very well and blocked all of Feng Nu's paths of advance. She had no choice but to stop and use the Parting Heaven sword to block the attack of the fighting energy arrows. The fire dragon people also took this opportunity to regroup and charge forward, completely suppressing the mercenaries back to the entrance of the cave. At this moment, Feng Nu, like the Purple Purity sword, had been isolated outside. Nian Bing released a few spells to stabilize the situation and pulled Zi Qingming back to Longling's side. At this moment, there was a sudden change outside. Jin Tu's fighting energy surged, and he punched the Purple Purity sword back. He shouted, "Fire Dragon, soaring cloud formation." All the Fire Dragon warriors who were attacking suddenly retreated. Several hundred of them actually formed a strange formation. 18 of them were the elites of the Fire Dragon warriors and surrounded the Phoenix Lady. Under the lead of a long-legged Fire Dragon warrior, they launched an attack on the Phoenix Lady. Another 18 people formed a formation and surrounded the Clear Sword. They only fought with the Clear Sword, but did not engage him directly. It was obvious that they wanted to exhaust his stamina. The Fire Dragons were quickly busy. The warriors who had lost their fighting ability were carried to the side by their clansmen. Jin Tu's whole body shone brightly, and he walked step by step to the entrance of the cave under the protection of his clansmen. Bow. A clansman handed a bow to him. The other fire dragons formed teams of 18 and slowly pressed towards the entrance of the cave. Although there was no enemy attack and the pressure on them was greatly reduced, the hearts of the mercenaries were extremely heavy. They never thought that the opportunity they had was nipped in the bud. At this time, Phoenix Maiden no longer had the ability to use Saint Battle Chi. Although her speed and attack power were strong, the formation formed by the 18 Fire Dragon warriors was very strange. No matter which direction she attacked, she would have to take the lead to face 9 opponents at the same time. For a time, she rushed left and right, but she could not rush out of the darkness. Jin, too, did not let his clansmen attack the mercenaries. He held his longbow and stared at Nian Bing with a sharp gaze. He had already discovered that this young man who was constantly using magic was the reason why the mercenaries were able to hold on. As long as a few magicians were destroyed, the situation would immediately become clear. Jin Tu's eyes shone brightly. He held the longbow in his hand, and the bowstring opened in an instant. Silver, holy fighting energy enveloped the whole bow. A strange scene appeared. The silver fighting energy continued to form in his right hand as he pulled the bow, and it turned into a sharp arrow with pure fighting energy. Dragon guiding arrow. The silver light suddenly bloomed. Nian Bing only felt her chest contracting. Before the arrow arrived, her body already had a strong feeling. Without any hesitation, Nian Bing made a prompt decision to activate the most powerful two-color ice ball to meet the arrow. The mercenaries were not idle either. Carlo, Gatling, and Hua Xian jumped up one after another, trying to block the arrow. However, the arrow formed by holy fighting energy turned into a beautiful arc at the window and directly passed through their defense. Its target was still Nian Bing. Could the two-color ice ball block the arrow of holy fighting energy? The answer was no. Amidst a loud explosion, the dual-colored ice ball was blasted into ice powder by Nian Bing's violent fighting energy. The silver light pierced through the ice and arrived within 10 meters of Nian Bing. "Be careful!" Zi Qingmeng slid forward, releasing her green fighting energy. She was ready to block the arrow for Nian Bing. The biggest advantage of the green curtain sword technique was its speed. A fan-shaped green curtain of ice completely blocked Nian Bing's body. However, it was still not enough. With a light clink, the green curtain sword disappeared. Zi Qingmeng clenched her dagger tightly, and her body was thrown back. She only managed to cut the side of the arrow before she was sent flying. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and a look of despair appeared in her beautiful eyes. No, the ice spirit immediately stood in front of Nian Bing. Her eyes were filled with panic, but it wasn't because of the Douqi arrows that were about to hit her, but because of Nian Bing's safety. Her whole body shook. Long Ling suddenly found that she had changed direction. Then she felt a piercing pain. Her body was thrown forward, and she staggered a few steps before she could stabilize herself. Nian Bing was facing Long Ling. There was a bloody hole in his right shoulder. His body was completely penetrated by the arrow. Fortunately, after blocking it several times, the explosive power of the dragon-guiding arrow had been robbed. In addition, the green curtain sword had changed the direction of the arrow. This allowed Nian Bing to avoid fatal danger. Even so, the remaining power of the dragon-guiding arrow still pierced through his body. Blood gushed out. Nian Bing did not hesitate to use a healing technique on herself. Only then did the blood flow stop a little. "No, this is impossible." Long Ling's voice was trembling. The pain in her back had subsided a little. Only now did she realize what had happened. She stood in front of Nian Bing, but Nian Bing suddenly hugged her from behind and spun around. The dragon-guided arrow pierced through Nian Bing's shoulder and only disappeared when it hit her. But at this time, she was not injured except for a little pain. Nian Bing smiled bitterly. "This is the inevitable result. Ling, come. You're better at healing than me. Help me stop the bleeding. This time, I'm afraid we can't escape." Long Ling hurriedly ran back to Nian Bing's side. She first used a healing technique on Nian Bing's shoulder. Then, she tore the rough cloth around the wound. "Vest, where's the vest? Why didn't you wear the vest I gave you yesterday?" Long Ling's voice became very agitated. "Could it be that even the things I gave you are so annoying?" "No, silly Ling, Arduino. After you gave me that vest yesterday, my heart was about to break. That was obviously given to you by Master. I can even smell your body fragrance. How can I use your protective treasure to protect myself? Silly girl, you're wearing it now. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have become a pair of gourds just now." It turned out that last night, Nian Bing played the bagpipe to find Feng Nu and asked her to put the vest back on Long Ling's body without her noticing. With Feng Nu's ability, it was completely possible to do this without anyone noticing. In fact, just now, Nian Bing could have let Long Ling block the dragon-guiding arrow for him. With the strength of the golden red vest, Long Ling would only be a little injured. But, as a man, how could he let a woman block this arrow for him? At that time, Nian Bing did not hesitate at all. He quickly hugged Long Ling and turned around. The ice wall spell scroll was his last line of defense, but he was still heavily injured. Long Ling looked at the gentle light in Nian Bing's eyes, then looked at his pale face. Her heart trembled, and her originally empty eyes gained some spirit. She helped Nian Bing to sit down. Then she straightened her delicate body and walked out. At this time, Jin Tu had already led his subordinates to slowly press forward. After injuring the opponent's most important magician, they no longer had any scruples. In fact, from the beginning until now, it had only been half an incense's time, but so many changes had happened. From the beginning, when Feng Nu attacked, to protecting everyone into the cave, to resisting with all her might, to the purple purity sword going berserk, Feng Nu attacking, and Nian Bing being heavily injured. Almost every moment, changes were happening on the battlefield. Without Feng Nu's resistance, who could stop Jin Tu? The mercenaries gathered together. Everyone knew that the fighting spirit in their hearts was gradually crumbling under the immense pressure brought by the opponent. This time, they could no longer resist the opponent's attack. At this time, Long Ling came behind the mercenaries and chanted in a low voice, "With my life as the price, curse everything." Just as she chanted to this point, a large hand suddenly covered her mouth from behind, forcibly interrupting her incantation. If a magic incantation was chanted halfway, it could not be interrupted. Otherwise, it would cause great harm to the magician. But if the incantation was interrupted at the beginning, the magic would not be able to be completed. Ling, if this magic incantation is to be used, it should be used by me, not you. Nian Bing hugged Long Ling tightly in his arms. His voice was so firm. Nian Bing's warm embrace made Long Ling feel at ease. Even if she knew that she was about to face a devastating disaster, she did not have the slightest fear. Hugging Long Ling's wet and soft body, Nian Bing secretly smiled bitterly. What should come will come. Just as he was about to chant the same incantation as Long Ling, a voice suddenly dispelled his thoughts. "Quick! Everyone quickly retreat inside. The cave inside is narrow, so it's easier to defend." This was Feng Yun's voice. Nian Bing turned around and saw Feng Yun running out of the cave. At the same time, no one thought that Feng Nu would explode. If Feng Nu was a huge bomb, then Jin Tu's serious injury to Nian Bing was the fuse that detonated this bomb. A mournful phoenix cry pierced into everyone's ears like sharp needles. The red aura around Feng Nu's body suddenly converged. Her pink long hair turned dark red at this moment. Her originally white skin flickered with a faint red luster. The clothes on her back were suddenly torn apart, and a pair of red wings instantly spread out. The inner edges of the wings were curved, and the phoenix feathers were arranged closely together. The spread-out wings were more than 2 meters long. Feng Nu's originally slender and delicate body looked as petite as before in the contrast of this pair of wings. Under the spread of the wings, Feng Nu's body completely floated up. Her pair of beautiful blue eyes turned golden at this moment. Seeing this, Jin Tu could not help but turn pale with fright. "Be careful, it's the royal feathers of the Feng people." His warning was already too late. It was also a red-colored fighting aura. As the wings fluttered downwards, it turned into a circle of light. An irresistible, huge force spread through the bodies of every fire dragon warrior who was attacking the Phoenix Girl. 18 streams of blood spurted out at the same time. 18 figures were sent, flying 30 meters away. Feng Nu, who was in midair, let out a long whistle. The parting heaven sword in her hand slashed horizontally, and a bright red light floated down, drawing a ravine in front of the huge cave. The surging Do Chi forced all the fire dragon warriors who were charging forward to retreat. Seeing such a situation, Nian Bing was not happy but worried. Displaying such a huge power in a crisis, it was very likely that it did not belong to her. The more it was like this, the more serious the backlash would be. He hurriedly shouted, "Feng Nu, quickly bring Brother Qing Jian back. The cave is small and narrow. It's suitable for us to defend." A faint afterimage flashed in midair. In a flash, Feng Nu was already above the purple table sword. She reached out and grabbed his clothes, lifting him up into the air. At this moment, the purple table sword's mind was completely in a frenzy. It could not differentiate between friend and foe. The heavy sword in its hand suddenly swung upwards, slashing towards Feng Nu. Idiot, it's me. Feng Nu held the parting heaven's sword horizontally, easily blocking the purple table sword's attack. Strangely, the purple table sword, who was in a frenzy, immediately became obedient when it heard Feng Nu's voice. Buzz! The silver Saint Do Chi dragon appeared again. This time, its target was Feng Nu in midair. Jean knew very well that offending the royal family of the Feng people meant that there would be an irreparable gap between them and the Feng people. Only by killing Feng Nu and everyone else here would they be able to cover up everything. The huge red wings suddenly retracted, and the left wing flapped horizontally like lightning. The dragon arrow that Nian Bing could not block with all his might was shattered by Feng Nu's huge wings. In the next moment, Feng Nu was already at the entrance of the cave. She held the parting heaven's sword horizontally in her hand, forcing all the attacking enemies back. Nian Bing subconsciously pulled Feng Nu, quickly retreat inside. At this moment, the mercenaries saw that Feng Nu had blocked the enemies and quickly retreated into the depths of the cave. He suddenly exclaimed and let go of Feng Nu's hand. Now, Feng Nu's body was as hot as charcoal. Feng Nu's eyes were cold. She stared at Jean, who was holding a longbow, and said coldly, "I haven't killed anyone today, but that doesn't mean I won't in the future. If you have the ability, then come in." After that, she covered Nian Bing and the others and retreated into the cave. Unexpectedly, perhaps it was because of the Phoenix Girl's sudden display of power, the fire dragon person actually did not attack. They let Feng Nu, Nian Bing, and the mercenaries retreat into the cave. After the mercenaries retreated a few hundred meters into the cave, they entered a narrow passageway about 3 meters wide. They could not hold on any longer, and all of them sat down on the ground as if paralyzed. At this moment, even the 3 Frozen Moon mercenary group leader and vice leader had less than a third of their strength left. Although no one died, 2/3 of them were seriously injured. Fortunately, Long Ling gave them timely treatment, so they were able to survive and escape here. Feng Nu raised her hand and slapped down, knocking out Zi Qingjian and throwing him aside. She turned around and looked outside. Only then did she feel relieved. "Why did you hit my brother?" Zi Qingmeng angrily said. Feng Nu's golden eyes emitted a cold aura, making Zi Qingmeng's whole body tremble. "He is in a state of madness. Only by knocking him out can he recover. However, although his strength is not exhausted, I'm afraid he will need to sleep for 2 days to recover." Nian Bing looked at Feng Nu with concern and asked, "How are you?" Feng Nu shook her head and said, "I'm fine. How about you?" Her golden eyes fell on the terrible wound on Nian Bing's shoulder. Nian Bing's face was very ugly at this time. The large amount of blood loss made her originally rosy face become abnormally pale. She smiled bitterly and said, "I won't die. However, my right shoulder blade seems to be broken. I used magic to stop the bleeding, but I'm afraid there is no chance to heal it." "Feng Nu, why don't they rush in? Is it because they are afraid of you?" Feng Nu shook her head and said, "No, it shouldn't be. I also just found out. These fire dragon people seem to be afraid of this cave. From the beginning, when I attacked the cave entrance, they deliberately avoided entering the cave. Now that I think about it, if we had chosen to retreat into the cave earlier, perhaps the situation would have been much better. However, at least for now, we will be fine." "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Carlo's heavy voice sounded. "It's my will that brought everyone into this place of death. If I had listened to Nian Bing's advice and given up on this mission, you wouldn't have been trapped here." Feng Nu's gaze fell on Carlo's body, and she said indifferently, "You don't need to blame yourself. It's only you who are trapped here. With my ability, I can take Nian Bing away at any time." However, I can only take one person with me at most." When these words came out, the entire cave became silent. No one doubted Feng Nu's words. She had used her own strength to prove everything. "Feng Nu, take Linger away." Nian Bing's voice was very calm, but it was unusually firm. "Feng Nu," Zi Qingming and Long Ling's gaze fell on him at the same time. Feng Nu said strangely, "Don't you want to leave here alive?" Nian Bing looked at his right arm that was hanging limply by his side and said indifferently, "No one is willing to die. However, as a magician and as a chef, I have already lost my right arm. Even if I go out and heal my injury, I can't use my right hand to cook or use my right hand to draw scrolls. In this life, I have two goals. One is to reach the peak of cooking and fulfill my master's wish. The other is to cultivate magic to the highest level and avenge my parents. I've lost my right arm, and all of this is uncertain to me. Rather than that, why don't I give the hope of survival to someone else? Actually," he suddenly lowered his voice and whispered a few words into the Wind Maiden's ear. Feng Nu's body shook. "What? Your enemy is actually her?" Nian Bing nodded and said with a bitter smile, "Rest for a while and recover your strength. Then take Ling away. If in the future you have the confidence to surpass that person, then take revenge for me. Then we won't be friends in vain. Of course, this is only a request of mine. Please only go when you have the ability to do so." "No, I won't leave here," Long Ling calmly said while treating the injured. "Ling, don't be willful." These words came out from both Nian Bing and Li Luo's mouths at the same time. Both of their expressions became anxious. Long Ling raised her head and smiled. Her usual expression reappeared on her beautiful face. "I'm not being willful. Since we came together, then we should leave together. Otherwise, I won't leave. The injured here need me. Nian Bing, thank you. At least now I understand that I didn't love the wrong person." Nian Bing frowned and resisted the pain in her shoulder. "Ling, don't forget, Teacher Long, she only has you as his daughter. If something happens to you, what will happen to Teacher? What will happen to the Union?" Long Ling said indifferently, "If Father was here, he wouldn't abandon his comrades and escape alone." Feng Nu said coldly, "Are you talking about me?" Long Ling shook her head and said, "Of course not. I don't have the qualifications to talk about you. No one here has the qualifications. If it wasn't for you, we would have been killed by those fire dragons. It was you who saved everyone's lives. I can see that you're not an ordinary human. I think you have your own mission in entering the human world. Therefore, if you want to leave, none of us will have any objections. If possible, take Nian Bing away. Although her injuries are very serious, as long as we can find a light elemental sorcerer who can use healing magic of the 9th step and above, it's still possible for her to recover." Nian Bing smiled. "Ling, let's not argue. Since none of us is willing to leave, then let's all stay. In any case, the enemy won't rush in. So let's just starve to death here. I think that the materials we brought should be enough to eat for a month. If we save some, we might be able to last longer." The red radiance converged, and Feng Nu returned to her original form. Nian Bing found that her body was slightly trembling. Supporting her, she asked with concern, "Feng Nu, are you okay?" Feng Nu shook her head and said, "Cave. Nian Bing, I want to talk with you alone. Is that okay?" Nian Bing stared blankly for a moment, then said, "Of course." Immediately, he supported Feng Nu to a corner and let her sit down. At the same time, he used what little magical power he had left to cast a healing spell on the wound on his shoulder. Chapter 63. You've seen it for yourself. I'm not a real human. Feng Nu laughed self-deprecatingly as her body trembled even more violently. Her previously scorching body had now become somewhat cold. Nian Bing pulled Feng Nu into his embrace. Feng Nu did not struggle as she leaned against Nian Bing's left shoulder, feeling the heat from his body. "Nian Bing, How did you know about the existence of the dragon-human clan? Nian Bing wasn't worried about his own safety at all. He had already let go of all his burdens when his right shoulder was pierced by the dragon's arrow. Just as he had said, even if he managed to leave this place alive, he would be a cripple. He didn't even know if he could take care of himself, let alone avenge his parents. With his arms around Feng Nu, they were like a couple at this time. The feeling of joy amidst bitterness was a different kind of feeling. Nian Bing smiled and tore a piece of cloth from his coarse clothes to wrap around his wound. Then he said, "I found out about this from Kitty's father." Then he recounted how he had met Kitty after he had broken up with Feng Nu in Ice Snow City, as well as how Kitty's father, the dragon summoner Hillard, had met him. "I see. No wonder you know about the existence of the dragon-human clan. Nian Bing, at this point, there's no need for me to hide anything from you. You should have heard what the Golden Monkey clan leader said. That's right, I'm from the Feng people. The phoenix and the giant phoenix were once creatures of this mainland. However, unlike the dragons, there was only one phoenix. To be precise, there would only ever be one fire phoenix. However, the difference between the phoenix and the dragons was that the phoenix would never die. Time could not limit its existence. However, Lord Phoenix had suffered an irreparable injury in order to protect the humans during the ancient war. Its soul had been directly attacked by the enemy, and even its ability to be reborn could not allow it to continue living. Therefore, Lord Phoenix had no choice but to leave its bloodline to the humans. In other words, the Feng people are actually humans with the bloodline of the phoenix. The situation of the dragon men is different from ours. They only received a very small portion of the dragon's bloodline. Just like the Iron Earth dragons, we are also a type of mutant. The dragonborn race relies on the bloodline of the dragons, and most of them have outstanding short-term and defensive abilities. However, other than the layer of dragon-like scales on the surface of their bodies, they did not have the power of other dragons. Dragons were the most powerful creatures on the continent, and had always existed. How could he really pass on his abilities to humans? However, we, the Phoenix people, are different. What we have is the true power of the Phoenix. Most of our people, like the dragon people, have inherited part of the Phoenix's abilities. However, there is an extremely small number of people who have truly inherited the Phoenix bloodline. After a continuous evolution, they can even become true Phoenixes. These people are the royal family of the Phoenixes. Nian Bing took a deep breath. Compared to Hillard's superficial explanation, Feng Nu's explanation was much more concise and clear. "So, you're a member of the royal family of the Phoenixes? The wings that appeared on your back just now were the evolution you were talking about?" Feng Nu nodded and sighed softly. She said, "I didn't expect that the first time I used the power of the Phoenix would be to go against the dragon men. In fact, the relationship between the Feng people and the dragons is very good. The ancestral Phoenix was once the disciple of the dragon god. Although the power of the Phoenix can never be compared to that of a real dragon god, the Phoenix has its own special abilities. Although I am a member of the royal family and have the innate 9 abandonments constitution. However, the years of cultivation are still too short. Rashly using the power of the Phoenix will cause great harm to my body. I thought I could take you out of here, but when I retracted my Phoenix wings, I realized that I have no ability to leave this place at all. How difficult is it to evolve into a Phoenix? Ever since the ancestral Phoenix passed down its bloodline, no member of the royal family has been able to accomplish this feat and make the Phoenix reappear on the continent." Nian Bing thought for a while and said, "Feng Nu, the divine stone of fire on the Zhengyang saber, is the purest fire gemstone. Perhaps it can help you recover your strength as soon as possible. Do you need any special conditions to transform into a phoenix? What level of transformation did you calculate just now?" As he said that, he took out the Zhengyang saber and handed it to Feng Nu. Feng Nu looked at the flashing red divine stone of fire and smiled. She said, "Thank you, Nian Bing. The power of the phoenix is too mysterious. Back then, the ancestral phoenix only passed down its bloodline before it died for real. Not to mention me, even the elders in the clan don't know what the conditions are for the phoenix to evolve without any care. They only told me that, to evolve into a real phoenix, I need to go through 9 evolutions. The first evolution will give me 1 more ability of the phoenix. When I complete the last evolution, I will be able to leave the human body and become a real fire phoenix. Right now, I have only completed the first evolution. The wings of the phoenix that you saw just now are the second evolution. Even the greatest genius of my ancestors had only completed 5 evolutions. I had never thought of achieving the highest 9 evolutions. I only wanted to increase my strength to protect my people. After all, the dragon-human clan has at least 7 branches, but we, the Feng people, only have 1. As long as an ordinary human drinks our Phoenix clan's note, they will also be able to obtain the abilities of the Phoenix clan. At the same time, the Phoenix clan has kept many precious secrets. Those despicable humans have long coveted them. I am a royal warrior of the Phoenix clan. Therefore, I need to become stronger to protect my people. Nianbing nodded and said, I see. Feng knew. The reason why you can have strength close to swordsman is because of the first evolution of the phoenix body. If you can truly complete the second evolution, will you be able to truly possess your previous strength? Feng Nu smiled bitterly and said, Stop dreaming. The evolution of the phoenix body will only increase my ability, but not my strength. If you want to become stronger, you need to be ahead of yourself and continue to cultivate. Even if you really complete the second evolution, you'll need a long time of cultivation and actual combat to fully control the phoenix wings. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, not even for us Phoenix clan. The reason why I was able to erupt with such a strong power just now was because I burned my phoenix blood. Under the effect of the phoenix fire from the phoenix bloodline, I can use the power that does not belong to me. Therefore, although I look fine on the surface, I have lost no less blood than you. Although the stone of fire god can help me recover better, it can't help me regenerate my blood. The phoenixes burn their blood as a way to save themselves in the most desperate situation. It's very damaging to their vitality. I won't be able to fully recover in less than 3 months. Nianbing smiled and said, It seems we can only be lovebirds here. Feng Nu, did you call me over just to tell me your background before we die? Feng Nu rolled her eyes at Nianbing and said, Of course not. I called you over to discuss with you how to better survive. Although we have fallen into a dead end, it is not impossible to escape. Nianbing's heart moved, and she looked around. Although they had already entered a few hundred meters into the cave, the surrounding walls of the cave were extremely special. It was able to emit faint red light, and the fire element in the cave was extremely active. It was also because of this very weak red light that they could barely distinguish the things around them. Feng Nu, do you mean to rely on our strength to dig a way out of this cave? Feng Nu said unhappily, Stop dreaming. Don't you realize that the rocks here are especially hard? Moreover, we are now in the belly of the mountain. Even if we have treasured swords like Blazing Heaven and True Sun, it is impossible to dig a way out. I think that the reason why this place has such a warm environment is inseparable from the structure of this mountain. Just the food alone will make us unable to persevere. You are so smart. Can't you think of other places? Nianbing's eyes flashed and her mind was enlightened. Since we can't go out, let's go in. Maybe there is a way out. Since we are already in here, we have to go take a look at our treasure. Phoenix Maiden smiled and said, That's what I thought as well. If I guessed correctly, there should be a fire-type wyvern living in this cave, which is what Jean and I calls the Dragon Lord. Wyverns are much more advanced than earth dragons, but they are not real dragons. Since there is a wyvern here, we have to find a way out. Wyverns can also be called flying dragons. They can fly, but most of them are very lazy. Every time they sleep, they will last for several months. They are close relatives of dragons. Therefore, Most of the dragonborn race will look for a wyvern and regard it as the dragon lord of their race. Wyverns are very powerful and intelligent. Although they are not real dragons, they already have some of the abilities of dragons. In terms of strength, they are at least not inferior to that golden-backed dragon king you just mentioned, and might even be stronger. But wyverns have huge bodies and can't pass through such a narrow cave. Although we are already in the depths of the cave, don't you realize that the air is very fresh? If my guess is correct, that wyvern should be sleeping in the deepest part of the cave. And from there should be an even wider path to leave this cave. That is the place we are looking for. Nian Bing's eyes lit up. If they could avoid death, who would be willing to stay in this damned place? In addition, the dragon spirit had once said that light magic of the ninth step was capable of healing his current injuries. As long as he was alive, there would be hope. Although he was very excited because of the appearance of hope, he didn't lose his calm. Nodding, he said, "Good. Let's take a rest first. When we have recovered some strength, we will explore the depths of this cave. As long as we find the path, I will be able to fly out with magic and bring you out of this cave." Feng Nu nodded and said, "When I discovered that those fire dragons didn't chase after us, I had this idea. But now there are a few issues that we have to pay attention to. And the most important one is that we must not wake up that wyvern. Otherwise, even if I am at my peak, I will definitely not be a match for that wyvern. We will die very miserably." Nian Bing nodded and said, "You are familiar with dragons. If you have any questions, just tell me directly. I will definitely cooperate. I believe that President Carlo and the others will also cooperate with you." Feng Nu said, "Do you still remember Carlo's promise to you before coming here? He wasn't wrong. The treasure really exists. Wyvern's intelligence is close to that of dragons. Therefore, they have the same hobby as dragons, and that is to collect all kinds of treasures. Since this is the wyvern's lair, then the treasure is very likely to be much bigger than what we imagined. Although wyverns sleep very deeply, once someone dares to touch their treasure, even if it is only a gold coin, they will immediately wake up." Nian Bing was dumbstruck and said, "It can't be, right? Dragons are actually so greedy." Feng Nu revealed a smile and said, "The dragon's moniker of wealth has been around for a long time. This is not strange. Therefore, if we want to leave this place alive, we must not have any thoughts of touching those treasures. Otherwise, everyone will die. Wyverns will not show mercy to those who dare to invade their property. You, and I don't know much about those mercenaries. When facing a common enemy, they can unite against a common enemy. But once they are faced with the temptation of treasures, whether they can withstand the test will affect us. Do you understand what I mean?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "You are afraid that someone will take advantage of the situation to steal the treasures. Your worries are completely reasonable. Not to mention them, if I saw a magic book that I really need, I am afraid that I will not be able to hold myself back." Feng Nu laughed and said, "You are already like this. Are you still greedy?" Nian Bing hugged Feng Nu tightly, closed his eyes, and said, "I really want to be like this forever. Feng Nu, I think my time of freedom will not be long. If I can get out of here alive, maybe I will make a choice in the aspect of love." Feng Nu was silent for a moment, and after a long while she said, "I know. Actually, your expression last night already told me a lot of things. She is indeed a good girl. For her to be able to sacrifice so much for you, she is indeed worthy of your love. I congratulate you." Nian Bing did not say anything more. When he really knew Feng Nu's identity, he understood that he and Feng Nu were originally people from two different worlds. He was also unwilling to hurt Long Ling in any way. Therefore, he could only cherish the last time he had with Feng Nu outside the cave. Jean and allowed his clansmen to help him apply herbs to his wounds. "Patriarch, are we just going to wait here?" a fiery dragon human warrior asked tentatively. Jean Anne's expression was somewhat weary. The strength of the mercenary group was beyond his expectations, especially Feng Nu's strength and the berserk purple purity sword. If not for them, those mercenaries would have already been buried here. Glancing at that clansman, Jean and coldly said, "Could it be that you have forgotten the Dragon Lord's orders?" "Without his orders, no one is allowed to enter the Fire Dragon Cave." "But what if those humans wake up the Dragon Lord?" "If that happens, I am afraid the Dragon Lord will blame us." Jean Anne's eyes shone with cold light. "If they are smart, they will not do that. Moreover, there are Feng people between them. They will not let them do that. Take 100 people to the top of the mountain. If they try to escape from there, you know what to do. Although there are 2 exits in the Fire Dragon Cave, they will not have any chance. I'm going to trap them in there. Let's see how long they can last. If they really wake up the Dragon Lord, then I can only mourn for them. I think even if the Dragon Lord blames us, it will not be too serious. I have already prepared many of his favorite dried snow fish. Not good, Elder. Our seriously injured brothers are all dead." A fire dragon warrior hurriedly ran over. "What? How is that possible? Although their injuries are serious, with their recovery ability, it is impossible for them to die." Jean stood up abruptly, affecting the wound on his chest. His expression could not help but become even more unsightly. "Elder, it is poison. Moreover, it seems to be a highly toxic poison, specially targeted at our dragon-human clan. Our brothers all turned black and died. I think it must be that Feng people's woman. Her sword was poisoned." Jean Anne's body trembled. Although they were enemies, his impression of Feng Nu was surprisingly good. It was not because Feng Nu was beautiful, but because she had always been merciful during the battle, even when she was in a state of extreme anger. She did not kill them. No, it can't be her. Otherwise, with her phoenix transformation, there is no need for her to poison us. Let's go, take me to see. With that, Jean walked into the forest under the guidance of his clansmen. He did not notice that the moment he entered the forest, an almost indistinguishable black figure quietly entered the cave. As time passed, the members of the Frozen Moon mercenary group gradually calmed down. Li Hua, Feng Yin, and Long Ling took out some ready-to-eat food and water from the spatial magic items for everyone to eat and drink. After careful counting, all of the 39 people, except for Long Ling, Li Hua, and Feng Yin, had suffered some degree of injury. Among them, 23 were seriously injured. Most of them were barely able to move. Fortunately, none of them were dead. Nian Bing and Feng Nu had already returned to the crowd. With the help of Long Ling, his injured shoulder was treated again. Li Hua used the magical power he had accumulated for a long time to cast a 7th level water healing spell on Nian Bing. Only then did Nian Bing's pain lessen a little. However, the water healing spell could only heal his wounds at most. It could not connect his broken bones and meridians. In this situation, there was no better way in this cave. Nian Bing simply told Li Hua, Carlo, Gatling, and Hua Rue about Feng Nu's guess about the cave. Hearing that there was a possibility of escaping, everyone was immediately excited. Carlo hesitated for a moment and said, "Nian Bing, what if we only take that bottle? After all, that is the employer's. We are already here." Nian Bing interrupted Carlo's words and said resolutely, "What time is it now? You still care about these things. We are already lucky to be able to go back alive. Only by abandoning greed can we have a chance to survive. Can wealth be compared to life?" Carlo sighed, then he nodded and said, "All right, then this matter is settled. I will restrain my subordinates." Nian Bing frowned slightly. From Carlo's tone, he did not feel any resolute emotion. At this time, did he still have any illusions? At this moment, for the first time, he felt that it was reasonable for mercenaries to be classified as a low-level guild. If someone tries to make a move on those treasures, I think I will not be polite. In order to survive, I don't mind killing. Feng Nu supported herself with the godly sort of parting heaven and slowly walked over. The trembling on her body had already disappeared. Nian Bing's Zhengyang saber was in her arms. With the roar of the fire god, after resting for a period of time, she had recovered some of her strength. Seeing Feng Nu appear, Carlo's expression suddenly became a little more awkward. Miss Feng Nu, don't misunderstand. I will definitely restrain my subordinates. You can rest assured. We don't want to be buried here. Feng Nu nodded and said that's for the best, for everyone's lives. After some discussion, everyone decided to rest for a few days. At least let their injuries recover a little. In any case, they still had enough food and water. If they were in a better state, their chances of escaping would be higher. As Nian Bing's right arm was heavily injured, Zi Qingming, who was also a chef, became the mercenary group's chef. However, she could not start a fire and could only be assisted by Nian Bing. The sky outside was already dark, and for the wounded, dinner was their greatest enjoyment. Nian Bing brought Zi Qingming to a deeper part of the cave. This was a space similar to a stone room. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "There is nothing to burn here, so we can only use the molding method. Miss Zi, I'll have to trouble you." Zi Qingming sighed and said, "What trouble? We've already reached this point. Let's get out of here alive first." As she spoke, she inserted a few samurai swords into the ground. Nian Bing took out an iron pot from her space ring, and with a variety of spices and food materials, this place had already become a simple kitchen. "Miss Zi, frankly speaking, do you regret participating in this mercenary group's operation with me?" Zi Qingming glanced at Nian Bing and said, "If I said no, then I would definitely be lying to you. However, what's the use of regretting now? Let's get out of here first." "Don't call me Miss Zi, just call me Qingming. Didn't you say that we were friends?" Nian Bing was a little flattered. He smiled and said, "How rare! It's rare to see you, so polite." Zi Qingming snorted and said, "I just hate your arrogance and unfaithfulness." "Arrogance? Am I? Unfaithfulness? That's not a word to describe me." Nian Bing tried hard to forget the injury on her right arm. Her tone relaxed, as if she wasn't in danger at all. Zi Qingming said, "How could it not be? Before you came to the academy, I was always the youngest and most talented chef. But when you came, everything was disrupted. Your cooking skills are even better than Uncle's. Although you usually have a smile on your face, the arrogance in your bones can't be concealed. As for Huaxin, look, you only have 2 girls by your side now. Isn't that called Huaxin?" Nian Bing helplessly shook her head and walked over to the iron pot and sat down. "You can think whatever you want. Today you're the chef. I believe that the food you cook will taste good. Everyone is injured, so just make some noodles that are easy to digest. I've got some noodles here, by the way. Speaking of which, I specially prepared them for myself." Zi Qingming watched Nian Bing take out a bag of flour from her space ring and couldn't help but smile. "Although you magicians have many drawbacks, sometimes you do have an advantage that warriors can't compare to. Let's cooperate. It's a pity that your hand is injured. Otherwise, with your flexible hands, you'll definitely be able to make delicious noodles." Nian Bing's expression darkened, and she said indifferently, "Even if my injury is completely healed, I don't know if I can use the flexible hands again. I can't even feel my right arm right now. Do you think I'll be able to knead noodles in the future?" Zi Qingming sadly said, "I'm sorry." Nian Bing shook her head and smiled. "A real man can pick up and let go. It's already like this, so what's the point of saying more? Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's start. Don't let everyone wait too long." Although everything in the cave was simple and crude, Nian Bing had prepared a complete set of items. It was enough for her to use. Nian Bing leaned against the wall of the clay pot. Now was not the time for him to make a move. Watching others cook was a form of enjoyment for him. He released a low-level fireball spell to light up the cave. He saw Zi Qingming skillfully kneading the dough. Her movements were no different from when he had competed with Zi Xiao. The only difference was that her level of proficiency and control of strength was much lower. "Qingming, Have you also learned the heavy eagle hands? Nian Bing asked curiously. Zi Qingming nodded and said, This is one of the top skills in the world of cooking. So of course I've learned it. Unfortunately, Uncle said that I'm a woman, so I have an innate problem with the heavy eagle hands. It's not easy to master. So, although I've practiced it for a long time, I haven't been able to grasp its essence. Nian Bing smiled and said, It's a good thing for a girl to learn cooking. In the future, you'll definitely be able to marry a good husband. Zi Qingming's pretty face turned red and she angrily said, You're injured like this and your mouth is still not honest. Rest for a while. I'll call you when I need to boil water. Nian Bing grunted and closed his eyes. While maintaining the flame in his hands, he entered a meditative state. His body was indeed too weak. Soon the dough was kneaded. Zi Qingming's method of making noodles was very simple. She kneaded the dough into a ball and only needed to use a knife to cut it. Previously, when Nian Bing set up the pot, he had already condensed a large block of ice inside. In order to save magic, he didn't use fire magic to melt the ice. Instead, he left it there and let it melt on its own. Zi Qingming placed the noodles on the chopping board and turned her gaze to Nian Bing. Just as she was about to call him to start the fire, she found that his breathing was even, as if he had already fallen asleep. At this time, Nian Bing still looked as handsome as ever. His weakness didn't affect his temperament at all. On the contrary, it added a bit of melancholy to his aura. Zi Qingming's heart rippled and she sighed, but she was reluctant to call him up. Looking around, she quickly thought of something. Using the weapon she had previously brought, she set up a shelf above Nian Bing's outstretched hand so that the low-grade flame could reach it. Then she placed a small pot on top of it, and the temporary stove was completed. Zi Qingming laughed and thought that this artificial stove was really interesting. She didn't hesitate and poured oil into the pot and then began the process of cooking the noodles. With the addition of ingredients and ingenious cooking, a fragrant aroma filled the cave. It had been a long time since she had cooked. Zi Qingming couldn't help but feel a bit proud. It seemed that her skills hadn't deteriorated. She then scooped some melted ice water from the pot and went to the side to carefully wash her knife. In the previous battle, her knife was also stained with blood. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but secretly smile bitterly. It was indeed inappropriate to use a kitchen knife as a weapon. Fortunately, this was a time of crisis. Otherwise, if the diners knew that she used a knife to chop noodles, who knew what they would think? Smells good, smells good, smells good. A voice suddenly sounded out, startling Zi Qingming. She subconsciously turned around to look, but didn't see anyone. Everything was still the same. Humph, you scared me. She walked a few steps to Nian Bing's side and lightly kicked his leg. Hey, don't pretend. I know you woke up a long time ago. Nian Bing awoke from his meditation. He was really too tired before, and just as he was about to enter the state of meditation, he fell asleep. Fortunately, he still had the feeling of maintaining the flame technique, so the flames on his hand didn't extinguish. He rubbed his eyes and said, Are the noodles done? Then let's start making the braising. What are you pretending for? You suddenly spoke and scared me. Don't you know that you can scare people to death? Zi Qingming looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Me? When did I say anything? You must have heard wrong, Nian Bing said inexplicably. Zi Qingming frowned and said, Besides me, there's only you here. If you didn't say anything, then did I run into a ghost? Nian Bing helplessly said, Are you sure that was really my voice? Zi Qingming paused for a moment, then thought for a moment and said, You were the one who made that strange noise to scare me. That voice seemed to be a little louder than yours. Nian Bing shook his head. Okay, I was just scaring you. Let's hurry up and cook. Hey, your braising is done. Let me smell it. It smells good. It should be authentic eggplant braising. Not bad. If I tried it, I might not be able to reach your level. After being praised by Nian Bing, Zi Qingming couldn't help but forget her previous unhappiness. She smiled and said, Okay, Let's boil the water and cook the noodles." With the help of Nianbing, a large pot of noodles was ready in a short time. There was no need to eat. Just the smell of the noodles and the fragrance of the braising was enough to make people drool. Although Zi Qingming was only a sword master level warrior, it didn't take much effort for her to carry 2 large and small bowls. The two went back the way they came and delivered food to the mercenaries. Chapter 64. However, they did not notice that just as they left, a swallowing sound came from the depths of the cave. It was mixed with an angry voice. "Damn it, why is this cave so small? It smells so good, so good, so good. Forget it, I'll go to sleep. The food made by a few bugs can't be that good. Yes, it definitely won't be good. Sleep, sleep." After resting for 3 whole days, everyone's injuries had improved. The injury on Nianbing's shoulder had already healed. However, this wasn't a good thing for him. His bones and tendons had been broken, and the superficial healing didn't mean anything. His arm was temporarily crippled. The better news was that Zi Qingjian was awake, because he had not used up all his energy. He was still as lively as ever after recovering. "President Carlo, I think we should explore the cave first. The injured should stay here first. When we find a way out, we'll come back to get them," Nianbing said. Carlo nodded and said, "Nianbing, your injuries aren't light. Why don't you stay as well? The few of us and Lady Phoenix will be enough." Nianbing shook her head. "I'm fine. I still have many scrolls on me. Who knows? They might be able to help you. Master Li Hua, how's your mana recovery?" Li Hua said, "It's fully recovered. I'll go with you. Everyone can look after each other." After some discussion, they decided that Feng Nu, Zi Qingjian, Carlo, Jia Lin, Nianbing, and Li Hua would enter the cave to search for a way out. The others would rest and wait for news. They would leave their extra items where they were. Nianbing and the rest of the 6 moved forward lightly. Feng Nu walked at the front, followed by Zi Qingjian. Nianbing was injured, so she walked at the back of the group. She used her flame technique to illuminate the way for everyone. Before leaving, Nianbing had asked about Feng Nu's injuries. Feng Nu told her that she had recovered about 50%. However, her vitality was severely damaged. It would take several months for her to fully recover. The cave was indeed very deep. Its size fluctuated between large and small. At its smallest, one had to bend down to pass through. In a large area, 6 people could walk side by side. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature became. Fortunately, the ventilation in the cave was smooth. Although it was a little hot, it was still bearable. After walking for an hour, the cave ahead was still deep and serene. Feng Nu turned around and glanced at Nianbing, who was at the back of the group. Nianbing nodded at her, indicating that she was fine. At this moment, they suddenly discovered that there was a turning point in the deep cave ahead. There seemed to be some kind of light flickering behind the turning point. They looked at each other silently and raised their vigilance at the same time. Feng Nu pulled out the parting heaven sword. Zi Qing's sword also took the heavy sword from his back. Nianbing and Li Qi both recited the magic they were best at, ready to react at any time. After turning the corner, everything in front of him changed drastically. The 6 of them exclaimed softly almost at the same time and all stopped in their tracks. What appeared in front of them was an indescribably huge cave. The cave went from the bottom to the top, and the sky directly penetrated it. Just by looking at it, this huge cave was probably at least 10,000 feet high. It was completely hollow in the mountainside, and the spacious space was enough to easily accommodate 10,000 people. But what surprised them most were the 2 mountains in front of them. One was a treasure mountain shining with colorful light, and the other was a mountain of flesh formed by a huge creature. The 7-colored treasure mountain was piled up to a height of 30 feet. All kinds of treasures sparkled under the sky. The treasures were mainly gemstones, but there was no lack of strange objects. There were even some weapons that seemed to be of excellent quality. What attracted Nian Bing the most was a few boxes made of jade in the Military Alliance's treasure mountain. Based on his knowledge in the library, it was clearly used to store books. If Carlo's information was correct, he was afraid that the ancient magic book he wanted to get was in there. Carlo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and murmured, "Oh my God! I'm afraid this pile of treasures can be compared with the national treasury of any country. Fortunately, I didn't let Huarue come. Otherwise, I'm afraid she couldn't help it." Nian Bing walked to Feng Nu's side and whispered, Is this really a dragon? Why does it look like a real dragon?" Feng Nu smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that our luck is really good. You're right. This is a real dragon, a fire dragon." Although Nian Bing had already vaguely guessed it, he couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes showed a look of horror. The gigantic body lying beside the book was exactly the same as the wind attribute giant dragon he had seen before, except that its body was a bit bigger. Its dragon scales were red in color, and its body was nearly 30 meters long. 2 gigantic dragon wings were spread out, covering its gigantic body on the ground. It had a pair of antlers on its head, whiskers on the corners of its mouth, and pearls on its forehead. Its entire body was covered in golden red scales. Although its eyes were closed, its formless aura told everyone that it was definitely an extremely dangerous creature. The dragon master that the fire dragon humans referred to was not a semi-dragon, but a true fire dragon. Nian Bing could not help but feel fearful of it. Feng Nu, what should we do now? Nian Bing's gaze fell on the beauty beside him. Feng Nu chuckled, pointed up, and said, "Since there's a way out, of course we should leave." Nian Bing stared blankly and said, "You don't seem to be worried?" Feng Nu smiled and said, "What's there to worry about? A real dragon is even more thirsty than a dragon. As long as you don't touch its treasures and don't have any ideas about it, even if you shout beside it, it won't wake up. Our luck is really good. Don't worry, to us, a real dragon is not as dangerous as a dragon. Of course, that's when it's not awake. I'll remind you again, no one should touch those treasures. Otherwise, the dragon will kill us as easily as crushing an ant." Carlos saw Feng Nu looking at him and hurriedly said, "Being able to see a real dragon is already a good experience for us. You can rest assured that I don't have any ideas about these treasures. Although I'm not young anymore, it's not a big problem to live for another 20 years. I still want to go back and enjoy my retirement. What should we do now? We should think of a way to get out, right?" Nian Bing said, "I'll go out first. However, this hole is much higher than we thought. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get a long rope. Feng Nu, my magic should be able to support the 2 of us to get out. We'll think of a way after we get out." Feng Nu nodded. Just as Nian Bing was about to use Blizzard, a change suddenly happened. In the blink of an eye, a black shadow rushed to the pile of 7 colored treasures at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. With a boom, the treasures exploded and scattered in all directions. The black shadow reached into the pile and pulled out a black bottle. A strange laugh sounded. "Ha ha! Thank you for opening the way for me. You idiots for being my scapegoat." Nian Bing and the others reacted at this time. They saw that it was a person covered in a black cloak. They couldn't see his appearance from the outside at all. The whole person was wrapped in a black fog. The light in his eyes shone brightly. "Dark mage." An angry roar suddenly sounded. Strange things happened on the ground. The fire dragon let out an incomparably angry roar. "Who touched my treasures? Go to hell." A dark red light shot out from one of the dragon's claws and went straight to the body of the man in black. The man in black didn't dare to fight directly. His body was wrapped in the black fog and floated to the side. With a loud bang, a hole with a diameter of 3 meters appeared in the solid mountain wall under the angry attack of the dragon. The whole interior of the cave rose sharply. Even the debris didn't scatter. The place where the explosion hit was completely dark. "You can play with the dragon. I won't accompany you." The cold voice was full of excitement. They watched as he crushed a scroll. A white hexagram appeared under his feet. With a flash of light, he disappeared completely. Not even a trace of breath was left. Nianbing and Li Hua sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. They discovered that the scroll used by the other party was actually a 10th rank spatial magic scroll that shouldn't have existed, Distant Call. Nianbing had seen an introduction to Distant Call in the top floor of the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild Library. It was known as the best escape scroll. However, this scroll was something that even an archmage couldn't make. Not to mention that there were no spatial archmages on the continent. This scroll could allow the user to instantly reach a place with a guiding magic array thousands of miles away. It was a long-distance transmission magic. If there was a spatial archmage, chanting this spell would take the time of a meal. It would also consume all of their magic power to succeed. Such a precious scroll couldn't be described in terms of value. The 6 of them stood there in a daze. Right now, they weren't thinking about where the black-clothed man had come from or why he was doing this. Instead, they were thinking about how to deal with the infuriated fire elemental dragon that had completely stood up. Chuan and stood there like a mountain. His huge dragon wings were spread out to both sides, spanning over 100 feet. The fiery red dragon breathed freely in and out of his mouth. His dark red eyes were filled with intense anger. They had all seen the power of the attack just now. Even if Feng Nu was in peak condition, she probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Facing the most powerful creature on the continent, the 6 of them were ashen-faced. They looked at the dragon, not knowing what to do. Nianbing was the first to react. She coughed and said, tentatively, "Respected Mr. Dragon, we are not in cahoots with that thief. If you don't have anything else to say, we won't disturb your sleep." The dragon lowered its head. "Despicable human, are you talking to me? However, that person clearly said that it was you who brought him here. Moreover, he stole the sealing bottle of Mordos that was under my care. This is all your fault. Do it. I'll give you a chance. As long as you can damage one of my scales, I'll let you leave. Let's do it. If we shrink back, we'll be stabbed. If we stick our head out, we'll be stabbed." Zi Qingjian roared angrily. Wielding his heavy sword, he charged towards the giant dragon. Carlos sighed inwardly. Together with Gatling, he charged towards Zi Qingjian as well. Li Ji had already prepared his water dragon spell. They could only hope for a fluke now. "Don't do it!" Feng Nu's cry of alarm interrupted Nianbing, who was preparing to cast a spell. The fiery red figure blocked in front of the dragon like lightning. Flaming Sky, Godly Sword, transformed into a dazzling sword shadow. With a clang, Zi Qingjian, Carlo, and the Gatling gun were knocked back, and then met Li Hua's 8th great attack spell. Flaming Sky, Godly Sword was swung without leaving a single gap. Feng Nu was afraid that she would miss something. The spell was controlled by Li Hua. Based on Feng Nu's performance of bravely saving everyone a few days ago, Li Hua was very convinced of her words. The water dragon's spell had just come into contact with Feng Nu when it was immediately withdrawn. Even so, the weak Feng Nu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. She staggered on the ground and almost fell. Nianbing hurriedly ran forward to support Feng Nu. "Feng Nu, what are you doing?" Feng Nu gasped for breath. "I'm saving your lives." She turned around and faced the fire dragon. Who would have thought that even someone as powerful as you would use such tricks to deceive us? The fire dragon snorted. "You're the descendant of the little damned bird, right? No wonder you know the rules." Feng Nu calmly looked at the fire dragon and said, "So it's true. I was just guessing, but now you've confirmed it. The dragon god left you 7 giants to guard the human world. In order to prevent the balance of the human world from being affected by you, he set the rules. Unless humans attack you or invade you, you're not allowed to take the initiative to attack humans. I'm not wrong, right? You know that it's not our fault that the black bottle was stolen, but you just lured my companions to attack. You wanted to kill us." Hearing this, Li Hua and the others realized that their lives were saved by Feng Nu. If Feng Nu hadn't taken the risk of being injured to block their attacks, they would have been destroyed by the fire dragon's powerful counterattack. "Don't call me a giant dragon. I'm the Dragon King, the great fire dragon king, Garamandes. You're very smart, but do you think you can escape your fate like this? If the dragon god knows that the sealing bottle of Mordos was stolen, he will also blame me. Although I can't take the initiative to kill you, it's easy to trap you here and let you starve to death. Don't think that I don't know anything just because I'm sleeping. I know the situation when you fought with my servants. You came here for my treasure. You gave it up because you wanted to live. It can be seen that you are also despicable humans. Leaving your lives is the right choice." Nian Bing supported Feng Nu and said in a clear voice, "Garamandes, although I don't know what the sealing bottle of Mordos is, I think it should be very important to you. If we promise to help you find this bottle, will you let us go?" "Despicable humans, I won't believe what you say. The sealing vial of Mordos was stolen by you cunning humans. Do you think I will believe you humans? I won't let you go. Honorable Dragon King, I know that the black-clothed man just now is very cunning. He deliberately let us lead the way to steal your black bottle. But I swear, I will definitely retrieve the sealing bottle of Mordos for you." Nian Bing said in a clear voice, "Yes, as long as you give us a deadline, we will definitely retrieve the sealing bottle of Mordos for you. I swear on the blood of the phoenix." Feng Nu followed Nian Bing and said, "Don't think that swearing on the blood of that lousy bird is amazing. If the sealing bottle of Mordos is opened, even if the phoenix blood disappears, it won't be able to bear it. No, I have to contact the other 6 old guys quickly. Recover the sealing bottle of Mordos and don't let its seal be undone. Otherwise, this world will probably never be peaceful again. Sigh, forget it. For the sake of that lousy bird helping me back then, I won't pursue the matter. But in the human world, you must pay attention to the news of the Dark Mage and don't let the sealing bottle open. I'm leaving. Don't have any ideas about my treasure. Get up and call your people over. I'd better take you out." "Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. Big brother Ziqing, please go and call everyone." Nian Bing took over from Dragon King. "All right, I'll go right away." Ziqing Jian quickly ran back to the small path he had taken. After a few minutes, everyone came to Dragon King's hall one after another, looking at the mountain of gold and silver treasures. Everyone's eyes lit up. Before anyone could react, Hua Exan screamed loudly and rushed to the treasure mountain. Don't! Carlos stretched out his right hand and stopped her repeatedly. But it was too late. Dragon King's left wing fanned and a powerful whirlwind blew. Hua Exan's fat and dry body had already hit the rocks around the hall. At this time, the mercenaries discovered the mountain of flesh on the side. Her entire body trembled and she was no longer moved. "Okay, let's go." Dragon King released a dark red light and blocked everyone's path. He spread out his wings and a strong wind swept everyone up to the cave above them. When they came out of the cave, they were already halfway up the center of the Tian Dang mountain range. Nian Bing looked back. The huge cave faced the sky and was surrounded by faint trees. Thick clouds floated in the distance. From afar, the color of the cave and the green forest complemented each other. With the cover of the clouds, it was no wonder they couldn't see it when they came. Nian Bing said, "I don't know any martial arts. That was only a low-level ice magic, the ice arrow technique. I can't kill people, but killing a pigeon isn't a big problem. Feng Nu, you have to know that in the eyes of a chef, as long as it's edible, it's an ingredient. Since you don't have any ingredients here, I can only make some myself." Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing with dissatisfaction. "I didn't expect you to be such a cruel person." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Am I cruel? Then you just don't eat them later." As he said that, he walked to the corner and picked up the 2 pigeons. After 8 years of cultivation, his spiritual power had reached a very high level. The ice arrow he shot earlier had directly shattered the 2 pigeons' heads and didn't cause them much pain. Holding the 2 pigeons, Nian Bing walked past Feng Nu. Seeing her somewhat sluggish expression, he smiled and said, "Pigeons are very nutritious and have the effect of strengthening the body and kidney. Since you said I'm cruel, you don't need to see how I deal with them." After saying that, he directly walked to the kitchen. "No, I want to see." Feng Nu stubbornly glared at Nian Bing and followed him into the kitchen. Nian Bing took a basin and poured some water. Returning to the courtyard, he quickly removed all the feathers on the pigeons, took out their internal organs, and washed the pigeons. Looking at the bloody scene in front of her, Feng Nu repeatedly frowned. She reluctantly insisted on staying beside Nian Bing and continued to watch. Nian Bing smiled slightly. With a flip of his wrist, he took out the morning dew dagger. Under the command of his spiritual power, his magical power easily froze the blood and internal organs in the basin into ice. He turned the basin upside down and gently knocked the ice out of the basin. Nian Bing held the 2 washed pigeons in one hand and softly chanted, "Scorching fire, burst forth the passion in your heart and explode between heaven and earth." Bursting flames magic. A solid fireball appeared in front of him. Nian Bing's eyes flashed, and the fireball with a diameter of 5 inches exploded. With a bang, the entire piece of blood ice completely disappeared. Other than a faint flow of water vapor, there was no trace left. Feng Nu stared blankly at Nian Bing. You know 2 types of magic? Ice and fire. How is that possible?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Nothing is impossible in this world. As long as you dare to think and dare to do it, your fantasy can become reality. When I was learning cooking from my master, I often used this method to destroy garbage. How about it? It didn't leave any trace on the ground. Ice and fire will turn into water vapor. When I froze the blood, the pigeons' internal organs have already been completely integrated with the ice. Under the bombardment of bursting flames, they naturally disappeared." Bursting flames was a level 3 magic. It required the strength of an intermediate magician to cast, and its explosive power was extremely strong. After returning to the kitchen with the pigeons, Nian Bing grabbed one of the pigeons by its leg and lifted it up. Because of Nian Bing's cruelty to the pigeons, Feng Nu's good impression of him had already dropped by a lot. She leaned against the kitchen door, waiting to see what he was going to do. She was surprised to find that Nian Bing seemed to have completely changed when he held the pigeon in his left hand. He stood there as steady as a rock, and his sharp eyes were completely focused on the pigeon, as if he was observing something. Suddenly he moved. Feng Nu only saw a cyan blue brilliance floating out. The brilliance was so gorgeous. Nian Bing's right hand was like a phantom, constantly flipping and flashing. One after another, almost identical strands of flesh were constantly piling up on the chopping board below. Although she couldn't see the shadow of the knife clearly, Feng Nu was surprised to find that under the flickering cyan blue brilliance, the pigeon in Nian Bing's hand had gradually turned into a skeleton. In just a few blinks of an eye, Nian Bing had already changed to another pigeon. The cyan blue brilliance was still flickering. When the 2 skeletons appeared on the chopping board, there was already an even pile of flesh beside them. Nian Bing took out a white handkerchief from his bosom and wrapped it around the knife. Frost swirled on the morning dew knife, leaving no trace behind. Nian Bing smiled and walked to the front of the stove. With the point of his left hand, a fireball hit the firewood and the flames started to burn. The pot on the stove was still considered clean. The 2 pigeon skeletons were directly thrown into the pot, and he poured in some water from the side. But just as the water reached the skeletons, he stopped. He closed the lid of the pot and said with a smile, "The original soup melts the original food so that the nutrients can be completely absorbed." Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing with a dumbfounded expression and muttered, You really don't learn martial arts? Your knife is so fast. She was very clear that although she cultivated Do Chi, the speed of her wrist was definitely not as fast as Nian Bing's. Nian Bing smiled and said, "My knife technique can only cut vegetables and meat, and it's just a simple knife. It's not like you, who cultivated Senior Hua Tian's 9 abandonment Do Chi. Unfortunately, I want to focus on cultivating magic. Otherwise, I might ask you for some knowledge on Do Chi. You only have salt here, so I won't make pigeon stew. I'll just make pigeon meat rice for you." As he said that, he took out a small square cloth bag from his waist and opened it on the chopping board. Inside the cloth bag were small cloth bags, and on each bag was an object of different sizes. The largest was a small knife, and the smallest was a long needle. There were a total of 10 objects, and most of them were needle-shaped objects. Feng Nu curiously asked, "What are these things for? Why do they look like doctors? Could it be that you also know acupuncture?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Needles are not only used for acupuncture, they are also good for cooking." As he said that, he took out a basin from the side and scooped some rice. After washing it with water, he placed it beside him. His left hand picked up a grain of rice, and his right hand picked up the second thinnest needle from the cloth bag. As soon as the needle entered his hand, the tip of the needle immediately turned red and emitted a trace of heat. With a shake of his wrist, the fire magic needle directly pierced into the grain of rice that he picked up with his left hand. At the same time, with a flick of his left hand's little finger, a tendril of meat passed through the hole at the end of the needle. Unexpectedly, it was like a silk thread, and the needle came out from the other end of the rice. The rice grain was actually pierced by the tendril of meat. Following that, Nian Bing's movements began to speed up. One grain of rice after another was continuously pierced by the needle, and unexpectedly, the tendril of meat was cleverly pierced into a string. Miraculously, the surprise in Feng Nu's eyes became more and more intense. How was this cooking? It was clearly like making a perfect piece of art. The complicated project was continuously performed by Nian Bing. His hands were like illusions, and there was not a trace of delay, and there was not a trace of error. However, even with his speed, when all the tendril of meat had completely pierced through the rice grain, an hour had already passed. Looking at the rows of rice grains, Nian Bing smiled. This technique of using tendril of meat to pass rice was something that he had combined with magic. Without a burning fire needle, it was simply impossible to pierce through every grain of rice so evenly. The rice grains were like a curtain of beads that were placed flat on the chopping board. Nian Bing turned around and opened the lid of the pot. The soup boiled from the pigeon bones emitted a faint fragrance amidst the steaming steam. He took a ladle from the side and carefully picked out the pigeon bones from the pot. Looking at the milky white soup, he slightly hesitated for a moment before turning around and muttering a few words. A faint blue light enveloped the rice grains on the chopping board, and unexpectedly, the rice that had been pierced by the tendril of meat was frozen into a block. Taking out the morning dew dagger, he gently picked up the frozen rice and directly placed it into the pot. After sprinkling a thin layer of salt on the ice cubes, he covered the pot with the lid and returned the morning dew dagger to its sheath. Turning around, he said to Feng Nu, who had already sunk into a daze, "All right, it will be ready to eat after cooking for about an hour. Although the pigeon meat rice tastes good, it's a pity that it's a waste of time. I'll have to trouble you to wait a little longer." Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing with a strange gaze. Are you cooking? If this was made by an ordinary chef, I'm afraid that it would take more than a day to finish. Nian Bing laughed in spite of himself. A day? If it took a day, the shredded pigeon meat would already be inedible. Just making it looks good doesn't have any practical significance. You can come to a conclusion after tasting it. The two of them walked out of the kitchen. Feng Nu's previous unhappiness had already vanished into thin air after witnessing Nian Bing's miraculous cooking skills. Moving 2 wooden stools, the two of them sat down in the courtyard. Nian Bing appeared to be a little tired. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the tall ancient tree outside the courtyard wall. Piercing the rice with tendril of meat required complete concentration. Doing so much at once was like controlling a huge magic spell. Even he himself could not explain why he would make such a complicated pigeon meat rice for Feng Nu. Although it sounded simple, the simpler the cooking, the more it showed the chef's skills. Chapter 65. Nian Bing felt his muscles and bones regenerating continuously. It was so strange. Nian Bing's heart became even more active. The fire giant dragon, Garamendi, in front of him was no longer that scary. At least, under certain circumstances, he could definitely win. However, Nian Bing had some doubts in his heart. He was obviously a fire dragon, so where did this light magic come from? However, no matter what doubts he had now, it was not as good as the joy of his seriously injured body quickly recovering. Everything was possible now that he had regained his food. The soreness was getting stronger and stronger. Under the cover of the golden light, all the negative feelings in his body were constantly disappearing. He tried to move his right arm. The familiar feeling had been restored, and he could freely control his right arm again. He pulled off the cloth wrapped around the wound and saw that the originally terrible wound had completely disappeared, leaving not even a scar. Suddenly, the golden light turned blue. It was the feeling of water, gentle water, constantly moistening his sore arm. Every time the water wave surged, it would make his right arm feel stronger. He moved the 5 fingers of his right hand, and they were still so flexible, as if he had never been injured. The light dimmed and disappeared, and the huge insight was silent. Everyone was shocked by the strange magic of the fire dragon Garamandes. Both light and water magic were actually used by him, who was a fire dragon. This strange scene was beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. Well, with the light repair and the water moistening, your arm is fine. Can we start now? It was as if Garamandi had just done a trivial thing. He lazily asked Nianbing for help. He smacked his huge dragon mouth, and his huge dragon eyes were full of desire. Nianbing smiled and said, "Of course. Please wait a moment." As he spoke, he took out his cooking tools one by one and asked for some materials from Li Hua and Fengyan. Under the watchful eyes of Garamandi, he suddenly frowned and looked at the dragon again. He seemed to be a little embarrassed and said, "Great Garamandes, I'm really sorry. Can you lend me something? Otherwise, I can't operate it." Garamandes was a little impatient and said, "Borrow something? Why are you so troublesome? What do you need to borrow that has to do with your cooking? Kid, if you lie to me, you know the consequences." Nianbing chuckled. "How would I dare to lie to you? However, as a chef, if I want to cook the best dishes, I need all kinds of tools. But all my handy tools have been taken away by you. How can I help you cook? Of course, those things already belong to you. So I want you to lend them to me, first to cook for you. You know how to take advantage of people, but I know how to take advantage of them. Garamandian stage. Let's play on. Let's see who can play who to death." Garamandi's dragon claws were as nimble as human hands. He extended a dragon finger and pointed at the treasures he had just received from Nianbing. "You mean these are your kitchen knives?" Nianbing smiled and said, "That's right. Please lend them to me first. Don't worry, I'll definitely satisfy you." Garamandes said with dissatisfaction, "Humans are really a wasteful race. You're actually more wasteful than me. Here." With a wave of his dragon claw, the 3 divine blades and the holy brilliant stone were brought back to Nianbing under the support of a faint red light. Nianbing suppressed his surging emotions and bent down to pick up the sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god. The feeling of being connected to flesh and blood made his whole body tremble. "Old friends, you're back. Don't worry, no matter what, I won't let you leave me again." While thinking, he hurriedly put these things into his space ring. Without giving Garamandes a chance to be dissatisfied, Nianbing asked 2 mercenaries to help him set up the pot. After thinking for a while, he took out a large piece of pork ribs and said with a smile, "The things here are simple, so I'll make you a pork rib. I'm sure you'll like it." With Garamandy's huge body, Nian Bing didn't cut the pork ribs into pieces and directly put them into the pot. Then he used ice magic to condense several pieces of ice and put them into the pot. Then he used fire magic to Rong Bing, turning the ice into water and soaking that piece of pork ribs in it. Garamandy seemed to have forgotten about the others. He walked a few steps to Nian Bing's side and lay down, curiously looking at his movements. "Kid, you know ice and fire magic?" Nian Bing nodded and said with a smile, "I still can't compare to you. You know at least 3 types of magic. I only know 2. No, it's not the same. The light and water magic that I used were only simulated, but your ice and fire magic is something that you already have. This kind of constitution is really rare. However, your level of magic is too low. The magic in your body is in a mess, spinning and spinning. What's the point of that?" Nian Bing didn't hear the latter part of the words. When he heard the word simulation, there was a loud bang in his mind. The originally heavy fog instantly shone through, as if a new door of magic had opened in front of him. The movements of his hand stopped, and he kept muttering the word simulation. He obviously thought of something, but he couldn't really grasp it. Garamandy's raised his claw and lightly knocked on Nian Bing's head, making him come back to his senses. "Hey, hurry up and cook. Don't dawdle, I'm already hungry." Nian Bing woke up and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to ask. Even if it was over, Garamandy's wouldn't tell him. He calmed his mind and rubbed his aching head, saying, "Great Garamandy's, you don't know. After soaking the ribs in ice water, the meat will be even more tender. Haste makes waste. Please wait a moment." Garamandy's snorted and moved his head to the side of the pot, his eyes showing desire. "No matter how hot the tofu is, I can eat it in one bite. However, what is tofu?" Nian Bing patiently explained. "Tofu is a kind of food made with beans as the main ingredient. It's very nutritious and delicious. If you want to eat it, I'll make it for you in the future." Good. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'm already beginning to believe that you're a chef. Garamandy's voice became happy, just like a child. Everyone at the side was stunned. Nian Bing and the fire dragon, Garamandy's, were together. Now, they didn't look like enemies at all. They were completely like friends talking to each other. The dragon's appearance at this time was very funny. Its fat buttocks were sticking out behind, and its thick dragon tail was swaying gently. One of its front claws supported its big head and looked at the pot, while the other dragon claw slowly knocked on the ground. That expression, that appearance, it was completely like a person. A diner thirsting for delicious food. Feng Nu turned and walked to the side of the cave wall. "Come on, millionaire, rest for a while. We're ready to go out." Carlo came to Feng Nu's side and whispered, "Miss Feng Nu, would that dragon really let us go?" Feng Nu smiled and said, "Don't tell me you still don't believe in Nian Bing's cooking skills? It's not difficult for him to satisfy this dragon's stomach. With Nian Bing's intelligence, there won't be a problem." Carlo said with some worry, "Even if that dragon keeps his promise and lets us go, what about Nian Bing? This time he came here because of our mercenary group. If I leave him alone, how can I be at ease? If we leave, if Nian Bing dies in the dragon's hands, then..." Looking at Carlo's expression, Feng Nu couldn't help but have a good impression of him. She smiled and said, "You can rest assured about this. At least Nian Bing's life is not in danger. I believe that as long as this dragon tastes his food, he will protect him like a treasure." She would protect him like a treasure and wouldn't bear to hurt him. As for how to leave here, it will depend on Nian Bing's wisdom. I heard that dragons are very greedy, but I didn't expect them to be greedy to this extent. Only when we leave first, Nian Bing can have no scruples. President Carlo is the person who took away the black bottle your employer? Carlo froze for a moment, lowered his head, and said, "Maybe." Although his voice changed and his aura changed, his body shape didn't change. The dark magician still exists. It seems that the future of our mercenary group is not optimistic after we go back. Feng Nu shook her head and said, not necessarily. Since that person is a dark magician, he must have some ulterior motive for obtaining the sealing bottle of Mordos that Garamendi said. You are just a mercenary group. Destroying you is not good for him. I think the real dark magician will not do anything bad for himself. Good person, let everyone rest for a while. While they were talking, Nian Bing had already started to act. He took out the ribs soaked in ice water and put them on the chopping board. He used a flame spell under the pot and began to heat the ice water. At the same time, he put in a dozen spices, such as pepper, onion, ginger slices, etc. Under the effect of the flame, the water in the pot boiled in a while. The aroma of all kinds of spices spread with the boiling water. Garamendi sniffed and exclaimed that it smelled so good. That excitement, he didn't look like a dragon that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Boy, when can you eat this ribs? I can't wait. Hurry up, hurry up. Garamendi kept urging. He was anxious, but Nian Bing wasn't anxious at all. He said calmly, the more delicious something is, the more troublesome it is to cook it. This is especially true for whole ribs like this. It's very difficult to get all the flavor into it. If you want it to taste good, there must be 3 conditions. First, the heat has to be evenly controlled. Second, the taste has to be evenly mixed. Third, it has to be a mixture of all kinds of flavors. If you want to eat ordinary stewed ribs, I can make it for you right away. If you want to eat the best ribs, then you have to wait a little bit. I don't know which one you want to eat. Garamendi swallowed a mouthful of dragon saliva and said bitterly, I'll wait, then I'll wait. How long will it take? I'm hungry. Nian Bing said indifferently, it won't be too long. Don't talk to me. If you disturb me, the taste of the food will change. Do you want to eat substandard food? No, I won't disturb you. You do what you do. In order to eat delicious food, Garamendi had completely put down his pride. He blinked his dragon eyes and waited. Nian Bing laughed in his heart. Garamendi, as long as I control your stomach, I don't believe you will hurt me. As for who will control who in the future, I'm afraid it's not certain yet. Under the guidance of magic, the Holy Glory Pearl jumped into his hand. Nian Bing let the light of the Holy Glory Pearl shine on the ribs. After a few breaths, he put the Holy Glory Pearl away. He picked up a bottle of wine from the side and smeared it evenly on the ribs. After the first smear, he immediately took out the sai of the frozen goddess. Under the guidance of the ice element, the morning dew dagger made 256 light cuts on one side of the ribs, leaving 256 marks. After that, he turned the ribs around and used the righteous yang saber to make 256 marks. He then smeared the ribs with wine for the second time. As he smeared the ribs, he deliberately explained to Garamendi, the 2 different elements of ice and fire were mixed on this rib under the influence of the wine. Because I used different amounts of ice and fire elements, there are 9 different flavors. The wine can remove the fishy smell on the ribs and bring out the fragrance of the meat. With the addition of the ice and fire elements, the ribs can be cooked more easily and the meat tastes better. The great Garamendi, please start a fire here. A small fire will do. In order to eat the delicious ribs as soon as possible, Garamendi didn't have time to think about why Nian Bing asked him to start a fire. With a flick of his dragon finger, a pile of flames appeared on the ground. Nian Bing casually tossed the ribs onto the flames and flipped them. When they fell, Nian Bing used the morning dew dagger and the righteous yang saber to pick them up alternately so that the ribs would always be flipped upside down. The aroma of wine and meat filled the air in the roasting flames and mixed with the aroma of the seasoning soup. Garamendi had already unknowingly started drooling. The longing in his dragon eyes became even more intense. When the ribs were half cooked, Nian Bing stabbed the ribs with the morning dew dagger to stop the roasting process. He walked to the side of the pot and scooped out the various seasonings from the pot. Only a pot of soup with seasoning was left. After putting the ribs into the pot, Nian Bing closed the lid and muttered a few incantations. Purple flames rose from his hands, and he pressed them on both sides of the pot to continuously transfer heat into the pot. At the same time, he turned his head to Garamandes and said, "Help me hold down the lid. Don't let any of the soup spill out. Otherwise, it will go out of flavor." Okay. Garamandes swallowed a mouthful of saliva again and quickly pressed his dragon claws on the lid. The steam kept rising, but the lid could not be opened. Only traces of heat escaped from a few small holes on the lid. The aroma of the meat and the soup combined perfectly, emitting a tempting aroma. Not to mention Garamandes, even the mercenaries at the side kept swallowing their saliva. After a while, Nian Bing withdrew his magic and said, "All right, stop pressing." Garamandes raised his claws. Nian Bing opened the lid and quickly added some soy sauce and salt. He let the soup boil and let the seasonings mix with the soup and the ribs. It was very particular to add salt at the end of the stew. This was because, although it was easier to add salt at the beginning, it would be harder for the meat to be stewed and the taste would be much worse. She took out the proud heaven blade and cut a small piece of meat from the pot under Garamandes' fierce gaze. She blew on the hot air and sent it into her mouth to gently chew. Garamandes saw Nian Bing's intoxicated manner of eating and immediately became angry. He raised his dragon claws and was about to slap down to punish this human who dared to eat his food when he heard Nian Bing said, "Not bad. Although it was a little rushed, it was barely edible." Garamandes' dragon claws immediately stopped in midair and said excitedly, "Can I eat?" "That's great." The arduous wait finally came to an end. Nian Bing used the proud heaven blade to cut a small piece of rib meat and nodded to Garamandes. Garamandes did not hold back and directly reached his right claw into the boiling hot pot and grabbed the large piece of rib. He directly sent the whole piece into his mouth and chewed. The sound of smacking could be heard continuously, and Nian Bing frowned. The whole piece of rib was completely eaten by Garamandes in just a few chews. Nian Bing frowned and said, "How was the taste?" "The great Garamandes." Garamandes' dragon eyes were filled with intoxication. "Delicious, it's really delicious." Nian Bing stared at him and said, "Is it only delicious?" Garamandes was puzzled and said, "Isn't it delicious enough? It is your honor that I, the great Garamandes, can say that the food you cook is delicious." This time it was Nian Bing's turn to snort disdainfully and said, "What kind of delicious food can you make by just swallowing it? You've wasted my efforts." Garamandes was surprised and said, "What's so special about eating? Isn't it all about chewing a few times and swallowing?" Nian Bing proudly said, "Cooking is special. Eating is also special. Qingmeng, you come." Nian Bing called out to Zi Qingmeng. Zi Qingmeng walked in front of him with a puzzled expression. Nian Bing handed him the rib meat on the proud heaven blade and said, "Have a taste and then tell us, the great Garamandes, what kind of flavor does the rib taste like?" Zi Qingmeng took the proud heaven blade. He put the rib meat into his mouth and chewed slowly. After a long time, his eyes revealed a light of praise and said, "The rib meat has 100 different flavors because of your 2 kinds of magic. The rib meat is tender and fragrant but not greasy. The most peculiar thing is that the magic is used to maintain the flavor of the wine in the rib meat. The rib meat perfectly blends the flavor of the spices with the meat's own flavor. Combined with the rich wine and magic, it is truly a delicacy. Especially the control of the fire, it is perfect. I definitely can't make such a delicacy." Nian Bing took the proud heaven blade that Zi Qingmeng handed back and turned to Garamandes and said, "Did you hear that? You have to carefully taste the food that I make to understand its true essence. Only by knowing how to appreciate the food can you find the greatest enjoyment in it. If you eat it casually like this, you can only taste a little fragrance and can only comment that it's delicious. Don't you think it's a waste to eat such delicious food?" Garamandes blinked and muttered, What you said makes sense, but what should I do? Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, Since you have decided to keep me here, then we will have plenty of time to compare notes about food. I can make many dishes, so shouldn't you fulfill your promise and send my friends out? As long as you want to eat, I can make delicious food for you at any time. Garamandes's eyes swept over the crowd and hesitated for a moment before saying, All right, but I have one condition. Nian Bing frowned and said, You have another condition? Great Garamandes, you must live up to the word great. Your words are like spilled water. Garamandes chuckled and said, Of course I will keep my word. However, you little brat are obviously very cunning, so I have to be on guard. Otherwise, how can I control you in the future? How about this? You attack me once. This way, I will have the power to take your life at any time. With the threat of your life, I am not afraid that you will not comply. As long as you attack me, I will immediately send your friends out. A dragon that had lived for tens of thousands of years was definitely not easy to deal with. At this time, Nian Bing had no other choice. Without any hesitation, Nian Bing ignored Feng Nu, Long Ling, and the others who were anxiously trying to stop her. She waved her proud heaven blade, and a wind blade floated out and chopped at Garamandes's body. However, it did not even leave a mark. Garamandes excitedly let out a dragon roar that shook the sky. A red light spread out from his huge body and instantly enveloped Feng Nu and the other 30 people. With a flap of his dragon wings, Nian Bing staggered and fell to the ground. Garamandes took Feng Nu and the others and flew into the sky. Long Ling shouted at Nian Bing with tears in her eyes, Nian Bing, you must live! You promised to tell me something. Feng Nu also shouted, Nian Bing, you must live. Only by living can you have a chance to take revenge. Perhaps I will consider becoming your girlfriend. Zi Qingmeng also shouted, My brother and I will go to the capital of the Ottoman Empire to seek refuge with the Silver Feather Mercenary Group. If you can leave this place alive, you can find us there. Nian Bing smiled and waved at everyone. Her face did not reveal a trace of sadness. Feng Nu, you must remember what you said. Ling, give me a chance. Don't marry Shurjiu. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Long Ling's beautiful eyes. Fool, I lied to you that day. I didn't get engaged at all. I was waiting for you in Ice Snow City, even if it's for a lifetime. You promised Father that you would participate in the New Magician Conference. For us, you must live. You are annoying. Is it that interesting to part in life and death? Garamandes suddenly accelerated his flying speed. Long Ling and Feng Nu's voices could no longer be heard. Looking at their departing figures, Nian Bing's eyes were a bit blurred. This huge cave was accompanied by a dragon. Wanting to leave was easier said than done. Now, she could only take one step at a time. She hoped that this great Garamandes would always like to eat. This way, at least she could survive. She glanced at her right hand that was moving freely. Nian Bing simply sat down next to Garamandes' pile of treasures. He was neither optimistic nor pessimistic about his current situation. He recalled the word mimicry in his mind and pondered about how to cultivate his ice and fire magic. Instead of hoping for luck, it was better to work hard to improve his strength. Although he did not expect to be able to compete with the fire dragon Garamandes, as long as his strength improved, there would always be a chance. Since his parents were trapped in the Ice God Tower, he developed a tenacious character that would never give up. Not long after, the ground shook. The great Garamandes returned. Boy, I have fulfilled my promise and sent your friends away safely. Without any worries, Nian Bing looked coldly at Garamandes and said, So, I should thank you? That's right. My name is not Boy. My name is Nian Bing. Garamandes was slightly angry. Bastard, is this the tone you use to talk to the great Garamandes? Don't forget, you have already attacked me. I can take your life at any time. Nian Bing smiled indifferently. I am afraid you are not willing to. After eating my food, I don't believe that you will be interested in other food. How about we make an exchange? You tell me what magic mimicry is, and I will teach you how to taste delicious food. How about it? Garamandes snorted and said, You are right. You have to remember, you are only a lowly human. You do not have the right to negotiate with the great Garamandes. As soon as his voice fell, Nien Bing felt his whole body tighten. He was already lifted up by Garamandes' huge dragon claw. A scorching aura invaded his body, and the cloth on his body suddenly turned into flying ash. Garamandes casually flung Nien Bing to the ground. His skin was immediately scraped by the uneven ground, and dozens of scars appeared. The severe pain made Nien Bing groan. His mind became hazy, and he immediately fainted. Hey, you can't be that weak, right? Garamandes saw that Nien Bing did not have any reaction after falling to the ground. He naturally did not care about Nien Bing's life or death, but he was very concerned about his food. This was something he had never experienced before. Fearing that Nien Bing would die like this, he hurriedly released a light magic on his body. The wound immediately healed. Garamandes probed the condition of Nien Bing's body. Only then did he feel relieved and lay down to sleep. When Nien Bing woke up, the sky above the cave had already turned dark. He found that his body did not feel any discomfort. Although the magic power in his body was not enough, he still had about 50% left. He used a flame magic to illuminate everything around him. The dragon, Garamandes, was lying there sleeping, and his treasures were sparkling under the light of the fire. His heart moved. He loudly shouted Garamandes' name, but the dragon was sleeping soundly. No matter how he called, there was no response. Nien Bing was delighted. Although he was not sure that he could escape, how could he know without trying? Oh, great ice goddess, please lend me your anger and send us to the lost shore. Snowstorm. Ice elements condensed under his feet. Nien Bing carefully controlled the magic power. He did not let it out in the slightest. Using it, he slowly flew up, floating towards the top of the cave. The power of the snowstorm was not enough to carry him so high. However, he had the sigh of the ice goddess. With the help of the ice goddess stone, the power of the snowstorm was greatly enhanced. It carried his body higher and higher. At the beginning, Nien Bing was afraid of waking Garamandes, so he flew very slowly. But after 100 feet, Garamandes still did not respond. This discovery made him bolder. He sped up with all his might, using the snowstorm to send his body up. The cave entrance was getting closer and closer. Nien Bing could already see the stars in the night sky. The moon was like a jade plate hanging in the distant horizon. Seeing all this, his eyes could not help but moisten. Could he finally escape? Just as Nien Bing reached the top of the cave and was about to fly out, a huge head suddenly appeared in front of him. Hey, Nien Bing boy, where do you think you're going? The voice was familiar. A red light lit up the surroundings. The owner of the huge head was the fire dragon, Garamandes. Nien Bing's heart sank. He was about to say something when Garamandes flicked his dragon claw. The snowstorm under his feet disappeared without a trace. When he wanted to use magic again, his body was already restrained by Garamandes' fire magic. The feeling of weightlessness came instantly. His body fell to the ground like a meteor. It's over. This was Nien Bing's first thought after his body fell. Falling from such a height, not a single bone would be intact. The strong feeling of weightlessness made Nien Bing forget everything. Memories kept flashing in his mind. At this moment, the first thing he thought of was the desperate look in his parents' eyes before he activated the space scroll. Dad, Mom, Nien Bing can avenge you. Suddenly, his body became light. Nien Bing realized that something seemed to have caught his body. His original fall changed to a sideways movement. His whole body shook, and he was already spinning and floating. When he calmed down, he realized that he was actually on Garamandes's broad dragon back. You want to run so quickly? You humans really don't have any credibility." Judging from the voice, Garamandes did not seem to be angry. After falling back to the bottom of the cave, Garamandes shook Nian Bing off his back. Then he used his dragon claw to hold his body on the ground. As his body was releasing a red light that represented fire, Nian Bing could clearly see everything around him. He was smart enough not to ask Garamandes why he didn't kill him. He looked up at him and asked, "Are you hungry?" Garamandes was stunned. He obviously did not expect Nian Bing to have such a reaction. He nodded subconsciously and said, "The ribs you made are not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Chapter 66. Nian Bing chuckled and said, "Then I'll make you something to eat." Hearing this, Garamandes immediately became excited. Good, hurry up. Your friends left behind quite a lot of ingredients. It should be enough for me to eat a few meals. And I'll give you an honor from now on. You'll be the chef of the great Garamandes." Nian Bing nodded and said, "Cooking is no problem, but I want to know, how did you get up there? Your body is so big, if you flew past me I should know." Garamandes snorted and said, "Idiot, did you forget what I said about mimicry? I can imitate light magic and water magic. Why can't I imitate space magic? A distance of several thousand feet, a mid-distance teleportation of the 7th step is enough." Nian Bing suddenly said, "So you're saying you can imitate any type of magic? Even dark magic?" Garamandes said proudly, "Of course, we dragons are natural magic users. We can easily use the forbidden spells you humans speak of. Even magic of other types can be imitated based on our own magic. The magic of the West Lake is actually more or less the same, although the form of each magic element is different. As long as you grasp the changes of magic waves, you can imitate any type of magic you want. Of course, this is impossible for you humans, but we dragons can imitate other types of magic, including the 9th step and all types of magic below the 9th step." Imitate, although Garamandes said very vaguely, he still gave Nian Bing some hints. Imitate, since dragons can imitate, then can humans and mages, to a certain extent, imitate magic? Maybe humans don't have the innate advantage of dragons, but she herself possesses both ice and fire magic. If one imitates the form of the other while using the 2 types of magic, then the 2 types of magic would no longer pose a threat. In that case, the ice and fire of the same origin would no longer pose any threat. Not only would it be more convenient for cultivation, but it would also be able to better display the power of the ice and fire of the same origin as long as there were some slight changes. However, in order to simulate them, he had to have a better understanding of the similarities and changes between ice and fire magic. This would take a long time to be able to achieve. Cooking for a dragon is definitely a very difficult job. How big is a dragon's stomach? The ingredients Nian Bing brought were enough to feed 30 people for a month. However, Garamandes ate a third of it in one meal. Although Nian Bing tried her best to make simple things, this meal still made her unbearably tired. She casually ate some food and sat at the side, gasping for breath. Garamandes slowly ate the delicious vegetables in front of him. "Nian Bing, can you taste the best food by eating slowly like this? How come I didn't taste the changes you mentioned?" "Boss, don't forget you're a dragon. After all, you're a dragon. How can a dragon's sense of taste the taste? It seems that your sense of taste is not sensitive enough. Naturally, you can't taste the deliciousness." Garamandes stopped eating and said angrily, "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me eat so many things, but I still couldn't taste the best taste." Nian Bing was stunned and laughed. "Say it earlier. What's the use of saying it earlier? Don't you still have to eat like this?" Although they haven't known each other for long, Nian Bing found that other than being a little arrogant, this Garamandes didn't seem to be that difficult to get along with. At least when she was cooking for him, he was very obedient and even helped her. That desire for food was like a greedy child. Anyway, he couldn't leave this place for a while, so he might as well let go. Getting along with Garamandes wasn't that uncomfortable. Nonsense. Of course it's useful to say it earlier. What's a human? If I turn into a human, won't I have a human's sense of taste? Under Nian Bing's surprised gaze, the red light around Garamandes's body suddenly moved like water waves, constantly concentrating on his huge body. Gradually, the red light became stronger and stronger, and the dazzling light made Nian Bing unable to see everything in front of her. When the red light suddenly disappeared, when Nian Bing recovered her vision, she was stunned to find that Garamandes's huge body had disappeared and was replaced by a person, a young man who looked about the same age as her. This person's height was about the same as Nian Bing, and he had a head of fiery red hair. Although he wasn't as handsome as Nian Bing, his body exuded a kind of domineering aura. His dark red warrior robe set off his perfect figure, and his aura gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. He laughed and said to Nian Bing, "How is it? You didn't expect it, right? There's nothing on this continent that the great Garamandes can't do." He awkwardly moved his human body, and in a flash he was already in front of Nian Bing. Nian Bing was stunned. You're really Garamandes?" Garamandes raised his hand and knocked on her head. "Idiot, you forgot to add the word great." After turning into a human, his expression felt more real. In front of this person, who was about the same age as her, Nian Bing couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. A creature like a dragon really couldn't be guessed by the way humans thought. Garamandes continued to eat the vegetables in the big bowl. "Ah, the taste is really different. A human's sense of taste is still better. Damn, I've really suffered a lot in the past. It seems that it's better to be human." Although he had turned into a human, his stomach was still a dragon's stomach, and his appetite didn't decrease at all. Only after he finished all the food made by Nian Bing did he pat his stomach in satisfaction and lie down on his pile of treasures. "Nian Bing, I finally experienced the taste changes you were talking about. It's really amazing. Are all the food you humans make so strange?" Nian Bing had already stabilized her mind while Garamandes was eating. She walked to his side and sat down, saying, "Not all of them. However, to me, cooking is a special kind of culture, and the cooking culture of humans is vast and boundless. There are many delicious things that even I haven't seen before. Among humans, I am indeed an outstanding chef, but I can't say that I'm the best." Garamandes turned to look at Nian Bing in surprise. He said, "So you're saying that there are even more delicious things?" Nian Bing smiled, saying, "Of course there are. If there's a chance in the future, I can take you to see it." After Garamandes turned into a human, for some reason, Nian Bing's original fear disappeared a lot. "Great Garamandes, didn't you lose the sealing bottle of Mordos? Why don't you look worried at all?" Garamandes snorted and said, "What's there to be worried about? There's more than one sealing bottle of Mordos. There are a total of 6, and they are with me and the other 5 Dragon King, except for the Dark Dragon King. Unless we get all of them, one is useless. We must get it back, but we're not in a hurry." Nian Bing asked curiously, "What is this sealing bottle of Mordos? Does it need you 6 dragons to protect it?" Garamandes's expression changed slightly and said, "You don't need to know this. Knowing this secret won't do you any good. Also, remember, I'm the Dragon King, not a dragon." "Dragon King? What's the difference between a Dragon King and a dragon? Weren't you sent by the dragon god to protect the continent?" Nian Bing's curiosity was very strong. Garamandes said proudly, after the ancient war, many races on the Yangon continent were destroyed. The divine realm felt that we dragons were not suitable to survive on this continent because we were too strong for humans. So they asked the dragon god to take us dragons to the divine realm. At that time, the dragon god decided to leave a dragon king in each faction to protect the continent and let us 7 dragon kings choose our own subordinates. Those 6 guys are really cunning. They all chose to stay, so of course I won't be outdone. Nian Bing said, "Is there really a god? What's wrong with the divine realm?" Why don't you want to go? Garamandes said, Bullshit God, the so-called God is what you humans say. In fact, those gods are also you humans, but they are powerful humans. Before the ancient war, the magic elements on the continent were much denser than they are now. It was at that time that some of you humans were more far-sighted and diligent in cultivation. Finally, they were able to reach an extremely high level, completely surpassing the abilities of humans. They were the gods you speak of. These guys who called themselves gods, relying on their powerful magic power, opened up a new place on another continent and used powerful magic to seal that continent. This is the divine realm I'm talking about. So the divine realm, the demon realm, and so on all exist together. Of course, it's impossible for you humans to find the divine realm, even if your navigation technology is more advanced, because the divine realm is protected by a magical barrier. You can't even find it. However, those people who call themselves gods are very conceited and jointly signed a treaty that does not affect humans. Although humans can't easily go to the divine realm, the so-called gods there can't return to the continent of your human world. Otherwise, once they are discovered, they will be attacked by all the other gods. We, the Dragon Kings, are the highest beings in your human world. If we were to go to that so-called land of gods, we would only be above the ordinary giant dragons and obey the orders of those gods. I have no interest in being controlled by others. Naturally, it would be best to stay in the human world. Nian Bing heard the origin of gods for the first time. She thought for a while and said, then it's possible for humans to cultivate and become gods? If I work hard to cultivate to the level of gods, can I enter the so-called divine realm? Garamandes nodded and said, that's natural. However, now is not the same as before. Wanting to cultivate to the level of gods is not an easy matter. You humans have a limited lifespan. In the last 10,000 years, I haven't seen the divine realm's emissary come here to pull someone to the divine realm. However, now there seems to be a magician close to the level of gods. Perhaps she has a chance. Nian Bing's whole body shook and said, are you talking about the Ice God Tower's Ice God Priest? Garamandes shot a glance at Nian Bing and said, it's that little human girl. I really don't know how she cultivated. She is an extremely devout believer of gods. Bitterly cultivating for more than 100 years is really difficult for her. She has always maintained her virgin body and cultivated since young, giving her an advantage that ordinary humans don't have. That's why she can reach the level of God, Descent Master. However, she still has several checkpoints before she can become a real god. The last time I met that guy, Ice Dragon, we were still talking about her. Now, even if it's us, I'm afraid we can't really hurt her. That little girl's magic is really powerful. What, even you can't deal with the Ice God Priest? Nian Bing's whole body shook violently as if she was drenched in ice water. Her whole body felt cold. She had already experienced the strength of the dragon, but she didn't expect that even the proud Garamandes would admit that he couldn't kill the Ice God Priest. Such a powerful enemy. How could she deal with it? Garamandes said, what? Do you have a grudge with that little girl? If you do, I advise you to quickly forget about it. That girl already has the body of a so-called demigod, only one step away from the realm of gods. In less than 10 years, she will certainly be able to enter the realm of gods. There will be a messenger from the realm of gods to take her away. According to that guy Ice Dragon, this girl already knew about the existence of the realm of gods when she was still very young. She has been painstakingly cultivating ice magic in order to go to the realm of gods. More than 100 years of hard work is for this goal. Do you think you can surpass her? Nian Bing's heart kept flashing with all kinds of thoughts. No, even the most powerful person has a flaw. As long as I am willing to work hard, anything can happen. Garamandes let out a strange laugh and said, of course it could happen. That little girl is also not without a flaw. Take you as an example. If you can take her virginity, then her ice attribute energy will be broken, and she will never be able to enter the realm of gods. Nian Bing was stunned. Do magicians need to be a virgin to cultivate to the limit? How come I haven't heard of it? Garamendi snorted. That's because you are ignorant and inexperienced. What do you magicians know now? The little bit of magic you know is very common. If magicians want to cultivate to the limit, of course they don't need to be a virgin. As long as they are willing to work hard with the current level of magic in the continent, you should be able to reach the realm of gods after cultivating for about 300 or 400 years. However, you have to be able to live that long. As for the girl you mentioned who practiced ice magic, she took a shortcut. That is, she cultivated as a virgin. In addition, she was willing to work hard and had many supplementary magic items. That was why she was able to reach her current level in just over 100 years. Boy, if you have any enmity with her, as long as you break her virginity and let her dream of entering the realm of gods fail, then you can get your revenge. If you have enmity, you don't have to kill people. If you want to take revenge, you have to make the other party suffer the most. How about it? If you have the chance, you can go and rape her. I support you. I will go with you and watch the show. How about it? Nianbing's face changed. Although Garamandi's appearance now looked very obscene, his words did not seem to be false. Come on, I have no interest in that old witch. Besides, are you willing to let me go? Garamandi's laughed and said, Of course I can't let you go. In fact, even if you want to rape her, it will be very difficult to succeed, unless you have a higher strength than her. But that is impossible. At least it will be impossible in 100 years. Nianbing boy, to be honest, although that little girl is a little old, but her body function is maintained very well because she has been cultivating ice magic for many years. She is no different from a young girl. Unfortunately, you can't do it. Otherwise, raping her is indeed a good choice. Not only can you enjoy yourself, but you can also take your revenge. What a wonderful thing. Nianbing looked at him dumbstruck and said, I'm really doubting whether you are a dragon or not. Are all dragons like you? Garamandi snorted and said, In this world, if you want to survive better, you have to know how to be flexible and put your own interests first. It is precisely because I understand this that I can become the successor of the next dragon god. Boy, don't tell me that you want to take your revenge in an open and above-board way. Of course not. As long as I can take my revenge, I can do anything. Nianbing's eyes flashed with a faint cold light. She clenched her fists. Garamandi's leisurely said, It seems that you and that little girl really have a grudge. However, if you want to take your revenge, you have to hurry up. After 10 years, she will go to the god realm. At that time, what chance do you have? Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, Can I still take my revenge in this state? Are you willing to let me go? Garamandi smiled, said, I only said that I won't let you go, but I didn't say that you can't go out. Didn't you just say that there are a lot of delicious things outside? We can go out and take a look. You are familiar with humans. As long as you can take me to eat delicious food, it doesn't have to be here. Do you think I want to stay here and sleep all day? It is not because Dragon God made me cultivate the Dragon God's supreme curse that I have to stay here. Now that my curse has been completed, I can finally go out and play. Only a ghost would want to stay. Hearing this, Nianbing couldn't help but be moved. Are you saying that you want to take me out of here to taste delicious food all over the continent? Garamandi's shook his hand, said, No, don't get it wrong. It is not that I want to take you away. It is you who wants to take me away to taste delicious food. Of course, you have to listen to me. Nianbing smiled. She didn't expect that before she found a way to leave here, Garamandi's would propose to leave and eat delicious food all over the place. Wouldn't that mean that she could go wherever she wanted to go? Although her freedom was limited to a certain extent, from another point of view, with Garamandi's following her, it was unintentional that she had an invincible bodyguard by her side. Oh, great Garamandi's, I have something to discuss with you. Nianbing had already made her wishful thinking. Garamandi snorted and said, Discuss what? I thought you forgot how to call me. Nian Bing smiled and said, How could I forget? It is my honor to be able to cook for you. However, you also know that as your chef, if my magic is too weak, wouldn't it be embarrassing for you? When I came here, I saw that you had a lot of magic books here. If I can learn something from them, maybe I can think of a better way to cook. You see, shouldn't you? Garamandes stared at her. Good. You actually dare to think of my baby. Stop dreaming. Those magic books are written in ancient words. Even if I give them to you, you won't be able to understand them. Nian Bing said with some disappointment. I really can't understand them at all? That's such a pity. It seems that if I encounter danger, only you can protect me. Unfortunately, you can't directly attack humans, and my magic is too weak. Garamandes tilted his head and looked at Nian Bing. Kid, you don't have to have any ideas about me. Seeing that the food you cook is really delicious, I will naturally teach you some magic tricks when I am happy. However, you have to satisfy my stomach. If I get tired of eating your food, maybe I will directly twist your head off. Nian Bing was overjoyed. If she could get some magic advice from a powerful existence like Garamandes, it would naturally be of great help to her ice and fire magic. She hurriedly said, You can rest assured, as one of the top chefs in Yangon, the food I cook will definitely satisfy you. Then, can you teach me the knowledge of mimicry first? You also know that I have 2 kinds of magic, but now I can't control them very well. This restricts my development in magic, and it will be very difficult to promote to a higher level. I am sleepy. Let's talk about it later. You first restore your magic power and eat all the ingredients. We will leave here and find something good to eat outside. As soon as her voice fell, Garamandes already let out a loud snore. Although she was in human form, her dragon snore was enough to shake the whole cave. Sleeping after eating, isn't this a pig? Nian Bing cursed in her heart, helplessly shaking her head. She walked to the side and sat down. She didn't immediately start meditating, but instead thought about Garamandes' words. If according to what he said, the ice goddess priestess had cultivated for more than 100 years to reach her current level, that was simply too frightening. Could it be that the gap between an archmage and a god's descent master was so big? She remembered that when she was little, her father once said that her mother was locked up by the ice goddess priestess as punishment because she secretly had him with her father. Perhaps the ice goddess priestess wanted her mother to inherit her position, so she chose to cultivate with her virginity. Garamandes said that if she could break the ice goddess priestess's virginity, that would be the best revenge. Forget it. Although she wasn't some upright gentleman, she wasn't interested in 100-years-old witch. She was old enough to be her great-grandmother. Ice goddess priestess, just you wait. Even if my strength can't catch up to yours, I'll definitely think of a way to make you look good. Closing her eyes, Nian Bing stabilized her mind and began to meditate. She held the sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god in her hands. She absorbed the magical elements in the air. Actually, even she didn't know that in terms of magic cultivation speed, she was much faster than ordinary magicians. This was not only related to her being a dual-element magician and being able to absorb 2 kinds of magic at the same time, but more importantly, that was the sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god. Although the effects of the 2 top-notch parangons couldn't be seen normally, it seemed that they could only make the power of magic a little stronger when using magic, and also save a little more magic power. In the process of cultivation, the 2 parangons possessed a special energy that had always been imperceptibly changing Nian Bing's physique and making her magic power purer. Simply from this point, it could be seen that although Lizzie was a sorcerer in terms of continuous fighting ability and the power of magic use, he definitely couldn't compare to Nian Bing in magic of the same rank. Although his magic power was great, in terms of purity, it couldn't compare to Nian Bing's magic. What Nian Bing was going through now was a foundational process. As long as the foundation was solid enough, she could possibly become a powerful magician in the future. This point, the fire god dragon, Garamandes, naturally saw it. However, in his eyes, Nian Bing was so insignificant that he naturally wouldn't remind him. 3 days passed. As for cleaning up the food, Garamandes was absolutely first class. After turning into a human body, his eating speed had decreased a lot, but he could eat nonstop. In addition to sleeping, he ate. Nian Bing's cooking speed was just enough for him to eat. For 3 days, the two repeated the same thing. Garamandes ate, slept, and ate, while Nian Bing cooked and meditated. Fortunately, Garamandes was kind and didn't forget to leave some for Nian Bing when eating. As he continued to eat, the food materials left by Carlo and the others were finally used up. Lying contentedly on his jewelry, Garamandes sighed and said, "It's really wonderful. To think that I, the great Garamandes, have lived for tens of thousands of years, but these few days are the best for me. Nian Bing, you're really not boasting. The taste of the dishes you cook is different. Now I'm more and more yearning for the outside world." Nian Bing said unhappily, "You're eating happily, but I'm dying of exhaustion. If you eat like this every day, it won't be long before I die." Garamandes laughed and said, "That won't happen. How can I bear to let you die of exhaustion? Oh, right, haven't you realized that although your body is tired these few days, your spirit is much better? Your magic progress has also increased a lot?" Nian Bing snorted angrily and said, "That's the result of my own hard work. Plus the fire element here is abundant. Cooking for you every day, my spirit is always in a tired state. Don't talk about progress. I'm almost dead from exhaustion." Garamandes patted Nian Bing's shoulder and said, Okay. Don't complain. Anyway, you'll be out of the sea of suffering soon. I don't have to eat good food every day. For me, eating is just a kind of enjoyment. Your days of suffering are over. Anyway, there are no more materials. Let's go today. I'll teach you some magic insights as a reward for you. How about it?" Nian Bing's eyes lit up and said, "You're willing to teach me? Don't tell me it's some rubbish insights. Don't forget, I'm a human and you're a dragon. Our body structure is different, so our innate ability to sense magic is also different. Will your insights be effective on me?" Garamandes snorted and said, "What do you know? Although I'm a dragon, I've already lived for tens of thousands of years. I can't be more familiar with your human body structure. My experience in magic alone is something you can never compare to. Stop talking nonsense. Pack up your good things. We're ready to go." Saying that, he pointed to the kitchen utensils on the ground. Finally, they could leave this place. Nian Bing couldn't help but be overjoyed, but she didn't show it on her face. After cleaning up the kitchen utensils, she put them one by one into her spatial ring. Garamandes looked at his treasures and muttered to himself, "Nian Bing, I suddenly discover problem. Those 3 knives of yours represent fire, ice, and water magic. Among them, ice is evolved from water. Did you notice that when you use these 3 knives to cut food, even if you don't use magic, the same dish will taste different?" Nian Bing packed up her things while bluntly saying, "Nonsense, I don't need you to tell me that. Because my 3 knives are inlaid with top-quality gems that contain a kind of magic element. When I cut the food, the magic element will naturally be brought into the food. When I eat it, the taste will naturally be different. This is also the advantage of using magic on food. Even if an ordinary chef's skills are exquisite, it's impossible to make a dish with magic aura. It's precisely because of this reason that my teacher lost to an ordinary barbecue." Garamandes laughed and said, "Since it's like this, if you have knives of different attributes, wouldn't you be able to make more different tastes?" Nian Bing's eyes lit up, but she quickly regained her calm. "You say it so easily. Ordinary magic knives are useless. Only top-quality magic knives like mine can fully integrate magic elements into the food. Don't tell me you have a top-quality knife. I don't believe you. What's more, my magic can only use the 2 forms of ice and fire. I don't know how to mimic your magic. When I cook, only ice and fire elements can fully display their power. Other magic won't work." Garamandes looked at Nian Bing, laughed, and said, "Kid, you don't need to be pretentious. I know you want to learn my magic mimicry and have designs on my treasures." Nian Bing's expression didn't change as she said, "Do I? You were the one who brought it up first. What does it have to do with me? Didn't you say you want to leave here? I've already packed up my things." Garamandes leaned on his treasures and leisurely laid down, saying, "Nian Bing, it's not impossible for you to learn magic mimicry from me. If it's you humans, ordinary magicians might not be able to do it, but you're different. Ice and fire magic are completely opposite. If you can truly cultivate the same origin of ice and fire, using this as a foundation, you won't lose out to us dragons.